second day of the three-day international webinar on biopolitics, literature, culture, and society, organized by the Department of English, Collision Mahavidyalaya, under the aegis of IQSC and in collaboration with Maheshla College, Kolkata. And this is the first technical session. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor T. Marx, the research person of this technical session. Good afternoon, the moderator of the session, Dr. Debajyoti Biswas. Good afternoon to all the participants, and my dear friends, my dear colleagues, my dear students. So now, I actually over to Dr. Debajyoti Biswas for the moderation of the session.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, to all the participants here, my dear colleagues, researchers, and students. I am Debajyoti Biswas from the Department of English, Bodoland University, Konar, and I welcome you all to today's first technical session of the international webinar on biopolitics, literature, culture, and society, organized by the Department of English, Khalishana Mahavidyalaya. I thank Subrata Rana sir for inviting me to moderate this session. I also thank the organizing committee of the college for giving me this opportunity. Today we have a renowned professor with us, Professor T. Marx from the Department of English, Pondicherry University. He is a very well-known name in the Indian academia. I have previously attended his lectures as well. He is a translator, a writer, and a critic. Professor Marx is associated with various literary and academic organizations and selection committees, including the Sahitya Academy, wherein he served as a member of the preliminary panel for the selection of Bal Sahitya Puraskar and Yuva Sahitya Puraskar. Stretching over almost 18 years, Professor Marx has published 15 books in English and 2 books in Tamil, 37 research papers in various national and international journals. He has presented 39 papers at national and international seminars, besides delivering nearly 100 invited lectures in seminars, conferences, orientation program, and refresher courses. It's a very long list. I would say Professor Marx has contributed immensely to the academics in every possible way. Today, Professor Marx is going to speak about a very contemporary issue related to the pandemic. The title of the lecture is COVID-19 and Biopolitics, analyzing the ideology of pandemic despotism. Now I'll request him to begin his lecture, and I give it over to Professor Marx. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Debajyoti Biswas from the Bodoland University, Assam. The principles of Khalishana Mahavidyalaya, one of the oldest institutions I heard in Chandanagar, Hooghly, and Maheshla College, Kolkata. The convener of this event, Dr. Subrata Rana, the learned colleagues who are attending and part of this international event. I'm very happy to be part of this 3-day international webinar on biopolitics, literature, culture, and society. I'm very glad to present my views with regard to biopolitics and COVID-19. And I have titled my presentation as COVID-19 and Biopolitics, Analyzing the Ideology of Pandemic Despotism. And I'm very happy that the college, in collaboration with the Maheshla College of Kolkata, has come forward to organize a 3-day international webinar on biopolitics exclusively. And when the whole world is in crisis, as we are all grappling with many unanswered questions, and the uncertainty puts many people in a state of paralysis, we are sitting here to make something meaningful and fruitful for the academia in the form of discussion and interaction. Let me begin my lecture with the etymological meaning, the roots for the word pandemic. Even a layman today is very much familiar with the term pandemic. It has become a very key term of our own times. It has become a word which we cannot escape in our times, especially in the present times. And every day, day in and day out, we have been listening to, we have been hearing somebody or the other, either from the media or from the academia, pronouncing the word pandemic. If you go on an etymological hunt for the word pandemic, it takes us back to, as usual, to the European languages. The French and the Italian root words transmit, which means
Possibly it's a technical problem. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, sir, it seems like there is a technical snag, and yeah, Professor
okay,
Marx.
yeah. Am I visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I was speaking to you about the pandemic, the etymological meaning of the word pandemic. The French and the Italian root words, the transmissible, or the Spanish root word contagiosio, means contagion or contagious. Not only these terms are of European origin, even the understanding of these diseases are also of European nature. In earlier times, the classical societies believed that contagious diseases can be controlled only by alienating oneself from the rest of the system. This is where I begin my lecture with regard to pandemic and biopolitics. More specifically with regard to the COVID-19 situation, COVID-19 and the subsequent lockdown and the idea of social distancing, the idea of alienating oneself. So social distancing is a politically correct word in the European context. Historically, social distancing is not just a social gap. It's the only way out according to the European epistemology. Our own belief that quarantine would protect us is beyond our medical understanding or is beyond our medical knowledge. It's only an understanding of the pandemic situation that we all believe that quarantine is the only way forward, it's the only way out, and it's the only way to protect ourselves and others perhaps from this kind of a mysterious disease like corona. So the strategies followed by governments across the world and the social behavior of people are not completely medical oriented, but socially and culturally conditioned as well. This is where I would like to highlight highlight my point with regard to the topic concerned. The the strategies followed by all governments, not only by our government, the government of India, but by governments across the world, and the social behavior of people across the globe are not completely medical oriented, but socially and culturally conditioned. We all tend to believe, and of course made to believe, that the pandemic diseases are visiting us like ghosts or uninvited guests from a far distant space. And it's not our disease. It's not a product of our own mistakes, both in terms of lifestyle changes and changes in the healing methods, the traditional healing methods. No nation that is fighting to claim ownership over geographical territories, even during pandemic crisis, is ready to claim the source of the disease, corona, source of the disease COVID-19. So at least in that aspect, the Plague by Albert Camus. In Plague, you find a very interesting thing that Camus has shown the plague as emanating from the city of Oran. That's the greatness of Camus, that Camus was trying to convey a powerful message that it emerges, it emanates from the city of Oran, from itself. So nowadays, in the present times, we are not in a position to accept that it is our disease. It's not the product of our own biological, social, cultural mistakes or blunders, or blunders which we commit in terms of our lifestyle changes, and in the monopolization of the pharmaceutical corporate giants, corporatism, or the manipulation and the monopolization of the medicines or the pharmacy. These things, we are not really into. So at least in that aspect, Albert Camus has got that kind of a guts to say that it is a self-invited disease, and it emanates from that specific space, that specific political space, the geospace. So Europeans were using the umbrella term plague to refer to all forms of communicable diseases. One can find a lot of historical notes from the European myths, literatures, rituals, and songs. Even Christianity has hundreds of references in the, one can find hundreds of Christian references or references in the Holy Bible, the holy text of the Christians, which in all the 100+ references with regard to plague, an umbrella term which the medieval world, which the traditional world, which the conservative world was using to refer to all forms of mysterious diseases, communicable diseases, the miasmic diseases. So in a society, when injustices were increasing, a plague strikes humanity. This was the belief of the medieval world. This was the religious perspective of the disease, perspective of this kind of plague-like disease, of a communicable disease like COVID-19. So it is an ethical explosion according to the religious believers. So many people believe that the Black Death was a kind of divine punishment, which is very much a non-science or unscientific or non-science approach to this specific pandemic disease, pandemic situation. So primarily in Europe, many people believe that the Black Death or the plague or any kind of contagious disease, the contagion, was a kind of divine punishment, and even the flagellants who traveled from town to town were engaged in public displays of punishment. In fact, they were whipping themselves in public places as a kind of punishment, a self-torture, a self-punishment, which was a mode of repentance, which was a mode of penance. So narrated as nature's punishment for human excesses, the Christian world, the European Christian world, which T.S. Eliot was trying to talk about, that specific Christian world, the European Christian world, had this kind of a belief system. So pandemic, from a scientific point of view, from the 1st century onwards, European scientists and priests believed that it was airborne. So the miasm, which you find as literature scholars, as literature learners and students of literature, we would have come across the term miasma for the first time only with regard to the Greek tragedies, especially more specifically in Oedipus the King, when the whole state of Thebes was suffering from miasmic disorder. A kind of, as literature readers, we would have experienced the miasmic disorder by way of reading Oedipus the King. But even today, when you watch certain thriller movies, the sky getting dark abruptly and the pestilent wind blowing people dead, this kind of a change, a sudden kind of change in nature, we all would have watched in movies. So when human beings intrude into the wildlife and forest, the germs and virus for which the trees and animals were forced hitherto will explode and pass on to humans. When the space meant for the germs and virus, when you peel off the skin of a tree or a plant or in the woods, and you find a lot of insects, germs, virus in between the stem of the plant and the skin of the plant. So when you are intruding into that specific wildlife and forest, then the germs and virus which dwelt in such spaces, the trees and the forests which were forced for these viruses, the germs, and you can find the birds picking up certain germs and virus from the skin of certain animals. So when you are intruding into the animal world and the forestry, then this will pass on to humans. This is another form of scientific interpretation of this kind of a miasmic disorder. So it has a long history. It's a long history, 2000 years if you trace the history of eradication methods, vaccination for these miasmic diseases. Beyond the medical scientific understanding, there are ethnic, political, religious, psychological factors that are deeply rooted in the European public memory. You can see medical historians and medical anthropologists, they have clearly recorded that the aliens were forbidden. The sealing of borders, the second important thing which we are encountering day to day in the present times, the sealing of borders, the district borders and the state borders and the national borders. The first loss of sealing the borders is the loss of empathy and concern for fellow human beings. So when you talk about sealing the borders, when you talk about the movement in cross-border, and crossing the borders, when there is a restriction on crossing the borders, when there is a kind of quarantine or quarantining a space, a geospace, the very first laws with regard to this specific or in terms of sealing of borders is the loss of empathy and concern for fellow human beings. You would have read in the newspapers that ships were stopped in the mid-sea and those ships were not allowed to reach the shore, and those the crew members of the ships, right? They were stranded in the mid-sea. They were compelled to spend their rest of the time till normalcy is restored. They are compelled to spend the time in the mid-sea. So European public memory preferred, it prefers, even in the present times, it prefers and justifies lockdown in many ways. So the governments which follow this specific or which fall a victim for this European public memory or which share a kind of common consensus with this European public memory, it also prefers and justifies the lockdown measures. So the governments are exercising unlimited powers in excess. So so you may ask a very serious question that, okay, in times of crisis, if the governments exercise enormous powers, what's your problem? The problem is the history of pandemic. If you trace the whole historiography, the history of pandemic invariably is the history of the rise of fascism. So the histories of pandemic affected countries are the histories of the rise of fascist forces in those nations. So the biopolitics, right? I think, or I hope, biopolitics and biopoetics, or the biopower, these concepts of Foucault would have been dealt with in the previous sessions of this international webinar. Yet, it's my duty as well to briefly explain biopolitics and biopower for furthering my own arguments. So, biopolitics is, as you all know, is a 1970 concept of Foucault. First, he was referring to biopolitics in his seminal work, The History of Sexuality. So, the civilians, I understand this specific biopolitics as a system where the civilians, the nationals, are reduced to a biomass to be exploited by the state because it governs the whole population. The study of eugenics. So while on one hand the state punishes infanticide and abortion and all such things, on the other hand it restricts the same kind of childbirth by saying we too, ours too, sometime back, and some 5-10 years back, they have restricted furthermore and said we too, ours one. So the discrepancies, right? The state started enjoying its own prerogatives by suggesting, rearing children and bringing them up is not an individual affair anymore. It's not a couple's affair anymore. It has turned out to be a the state mechanisms or the state machineries unit. It has become a specific unit within the state. So biopower is structured by the alternative between making live and letting die. So whether who should live and who should die, whether to save somebody's life or to let them die, has become the project of the nation, of the biopower. So biopolitics can be understood as a political rationality which considers human species like us as a community, the members of the community, and human lives as its subject, because it tries to ensure, or it claims to ensure, sustain, multiply or not to multiply human lives, to put this life in order. So with this specific objective in mind, the biopolitics creates a kind of biopower, or biopower constructs a kind of skeleton called biopolitics. So biopower can be understood as a power that endeavors to administer, optimize and multiply it, subjecting it to precise controls and comprehensive regulations. So not only in exceptional circumstances, but in normal circumstances as well, the state can enjoy the privilege of controlling its citizens, controlling its smaller societal components, right, as a single unit. So that specific surveillance over the smaller units, all kinds of communities and societies, not only in exceptional circumstances like the present day COVID-19 lockdown and its subsequent restrictions, but also in normal circumstances. Do you think that the sealing of borders, or the wearing of masks, or the habit of washing our hands every now and then with sanitizers, all these things are going to be only a lockdown experience? Certainly not. When we leave our house now itself, whether we take the wallet or not, we are very much reminded of wearing a mask. So it has become, or it has got into the unconsciousness of our lives. So a permanent concern which defines what Foucault also calls, or I just try to bring out the crux of his whole argument with regard to biopolitics and biopower. Foucault simply expresses his concern, what he calls the nationalization of human body. So human body is not just a subjective unit anymore. It has been nationalized. So the nation needs to say whether you should live or not. The nation needs to say whether you should beget a baby or not. The nation needs to say that whether you should take care of your parent or leave them in old age homes, whether you should save them or you should let them die. So it is not an individual concern anymore. The nation has entered, or rather intruded, into the private sphere, and it has constructed and it has laid down certain precepts to be followed by every individual of any nation at any given point in time. So the first and foremost point with regard to this biopower is the power that separates the healthy from the sick. This was what Foucault was trying to explain in detail in his seminal thesis. The power that separates the healthy from the sick, which excludes deviant elements and the mad from the society. So ideally, we are keeping, or we are trying to keep outside the city gates, or what you call the suburbs, the borders of a city, the borders of a society, the borders of a community, so as to essentially the society need not take care of them, or it no longer cares about. So the very power that separates the healthy from the sick, the disobedient student from the rest of the obedient students of a classroom, for example, or the unruly prisoners in a prison where all other prisoners are very much obliging. Among teachers, excluding the resisting teachers when there are law-abiding teachers, excluding revolutionary masses when there are law-abiding citizens. So a power that separates the healthy from the sick should be understood as a power that separates the pro-government or the pro-state elements, right, from the anti-state elements. This is how the power determines it draws a very thin veneer that disconnects the pro-state and the anti-state. So when you question even the basic things that you are supposed to follow during a pandemic period, you will be immediately branded as anti-national, and you can be arrested anytime for using this kind of an emergency act during a pandemic crisis. So the excess power, the power in excess. Recently, you would have come across the notorious, very notorious Satangulam incident where two businessmen, a father and a son, were so brutally killed in the lockup by the police machinery. So when power is enjoyed by the state and its subsidiary units, then the citizens or the liberty is at stake. The individual liberty is at stake. For example, a neurosurgeon in Chennai who died after being infected with the coronavirus was denied a decent burial by locals who protested at the cemetery. This has happened. He who died serving the same people who later refused to give him the respect and dignity he deserved. And we have seen in our own Facebook posts how certain deceased patients' dead body have been thrown by the corporation workers, and how callously we have developed a kind of apathy towards people who pass away because of this coronavirus. And who knows, this coronavirus will inflict, or it will affect only a select set of people. So the biopower, the biopolitical structure, it designs a system of uninterrupted control of all borders and crossings in the city, and it demands a very strict confinement of citizens in their homes. Foucault very clearly mentions this specific quarantine in his seminal text. It is a segmented, immobile, frozen space. Each individual is fixed in his place. That is what we call quarantine. Each individual is fixed in his place, and if he moves, he does so only at his own risk. He does so at the risk of his life, contagion, or punishment. See, I am very much pained to read certain news briefs from all mainstream media, mainstream newspapers and media sources across the nation. At least in my own state, the police have collected a fine to the tune of 10.44 crore from common people who supposedly, allegedly violated the lockdown norms. For example, not wearing a mask, or wearing a mask but wearing it below the nose, or going in a car with four people, three passengers with the driver, which according to the lockdown norms is a violation. So with all these trivial reasons and causes, common people have been made to pay at 10.44 crore, close to 11 crore. Whereas, last evening, when when a superstar was caught holding a fake e-pass in a Lamborghini car, he was imposed a fine of just 100 rupees. This is how the state machinery uses its discretion, and it decides whom it should disturb and whom it should not disturb. Who should have a very comfort zone at this kind of a pandemic time, and who should suffer, and how people or so-callers not attending to the crisis of the migrant laborers all over India. And over 90,000 vehicles have been seized, and 29,000 people have been arrested in Maharashtra alone for flouting the norms which were set by the biopolitical structure, the biopolitical system. So the utopia, Foucault further says, the utopia of the perfectly governed society, the city, for which the plague is the trial, in the course of which one may define ideally the exercise of disciplinary power. We all believe that the governments across the world, right? The governments across the world have been taking all kinds of initiatives, all kinds of restrictions, all imposing surveillance mechanisms. Or when you call somebody, you are not getting the ringtone nowadays. You are getting a warning from the government of India's health department, asking us to be very much cautionary with regard to COVID-19 and how to follow the norms for more than a minute. So all these impositions, all these disciplinary actions, the initiatives, all these things, we believe that all these things are done only in the welfare of the common public. Without understanding, there is a possibility of extending this kind of a thing in the very normal course of time, which it is used as a trial period where, ideally it exercises the disciplinary power. And the UN has come out of a very, very important warning to all of us Indians. About 400 million workers in India may sink into poverty post COVID-19. So the way in which common people have been put to hardships, it's beyond our imagination. Even not common, not poor people, even people like us, even the middle class, even the salaried class. The surgical mask, which usually sell for ₹10, when nobody used to buy the surgical mask except the surgeons and the nurses who are part of the surgical process. Now, since it has become mandatory, the same mask which sells for ₹10 are being sold for ₹40 or higher. And the so-called N95 mask, nobody knows what this kind of the number N95 mask, which sell for around ₹150, were being sold for up to ₹500 now. And I bought some 5 masks for 2,000 rupees. And now the so-called N95 mask with walls, the filter which filter here, 2 days back, a couple of days back, I read in the headline of all newspapers, all mainstream newspapers, that there is a ban on this specific N95 mask with walls. Because when you inhale, it expels air in a strong, steady jet. So it may protect you, but you will infect others if you are an asymptomatic carrier. This has come on July 21st. So which, what to follow and what not to follow, people are thoroughly confused, and this confusion has been very, very meticulously manipulated and used by the power structures. I'm not blaming it on any specific state or government, but the whole power, the hegemonic forces, the forces that claim to control, that claim to save, that claim to protect its own subjects. I don't use the word its citizens, its subjects, because in Oedipus, though Sophocles wrote it much before, right? He had this kind of a consciousness to spell how power can be misused. When Oedipus was trying to say in the very first passage, in a pestilence-stricken land, he says, I, Oedipus, whom all people call the Great, when I'm here, don't worry, I will save the whole nation. So this specific I consciousness of all the leaders across the world, and considering all old people and citizens as subjects, the very word subject was used in Oedipus the king by Sophocles himself. So the conversion of flesh and blood people, flesh and blood citizens, nationals, patriots into mere subjects or subjects for medical scrutiny is a very pathetic condition of all of this. So one should let, there is a common misconception that only old people, people with diabetics, they will die, others won't die. One should, and there is a callous attitude that one should let old people die to save the economy. You must be reminded of, or we are all reminded of the Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. In the initial days of the pandemic lockdown, he made a statement: older people would rather die than let COVID-19 harm the US economy. He further says he is willing to risk death to protect the economy for his grandchildren. I'm immediately reminded of Arthur Miller's Willy Loman, Death of a Salesman. Willy Loman was mentioning the same thing. He commits suicide only to protect the well-being, the survival, the economy of his sons, to claim the insurance amount. So when citizens are reduced to economic objects, right? When economy is given more priority than the human subjects, that is the worst thing that a state can do, which actually has led to a kind of medical imperialism. The whole lot of pandemic discourse, people fail to notice one specific thing. People have been talking about how vaccination is going to be shortly tested, how vaccination is likely to save the rest of the human beings in this planet, how human beings should take a lesson from this kind of a pandemic crisis by being eco-friendly and animal-friendly, and and so many other ways that we could revise our ways of living. All such things are in the news and in our day-to-day discourse, but this medical imperialism is one specific invisible thing which controls the whole discourse. So human lives in an era of globalization have come under medical scrutiny, medical authority, medical dominion. So health is no longer a personal priority within families. When I was a small boy, when I had some kind of stomach pain or headache, all kinds of things, nobody took me to a clinic, to a hospital, to a practitioner of medicine. So there were traditional remedies and practices, and those traditional remedies and practices are completely lost, or completely hijacked, or bypassed as corporatized healthcare systems, perhaps in connivance with the states, lead to much more and more and more reliance, complete reliance on doctors and multi-speciality hospitals. Now it's pitiful that even for an ordinary stomach pain, people visit multi-speciality hospitals where you are completely scanned from top to toe. So an illness that could once be solved within the family sphere, the family system, a local unit, is now shifted to the global unit, the corporate medical, healthcare unit, what you call the private family sphere is now shifted to the public domain. You can read Ivan Illich, who talks more about this kind of medicine, which has been a family sphere, which has been a family concern, how it has been shifted to the public domain by the corporate state pharmaceutical nexus. So the indigenous medical practices and knowledge systems, the epistemological systems, right? All those systems have been very successfully sidelined by the so-called corporate giants, the pharmaceutical giants. I was referring to in another meeting. I was referring to Mariamman, a kind of rustic country goddess, a local deity who was worshipped by local people whenever there was chicken pox, smallpox, the pox. She was called the goddess of pox. And Mari in Tamil, in English it means rain. Mari means Malay, Malay means rain. So it happens only in the month of Chitrai. You also have, the Bengalis also believe in the same kind of thing, at least the local population, the rustic population believe in a goddess called Sitala, a goddess, the goddess of pox, and which means cool. When the smallpox affects us during the summer, once rain comes, it will subside it won't aggravate the disease, rather it subsides the disease. So we all started worshipping the rain or the goddess of rain as Mari, and it has been there all over India and all over the world perhaps. So the human tendency to divide our society into us and others, when fear strikes, us, it becomes especially prevalent during infectious disease like epidemics and pandemics. And it leads people to physically distance themselves from perceived sources of transmission. I'm very specifically using the phrase perceived sources of transmission because you cannot scientifically prove that this is the source of transmission. We perceive that the COVID-19 virus would have emanated from an animal like pig or buffalo or anything that is black, not perhaps from cow or anything that is very colorful, very fair. So the perceived sources of transmission nobody questions. And then we spread a lot of misconceptions that old persons are risk groups. It's a false sense of security for people who are young, who do not identify as older people, who do not identify themselves with older people. That is one reason why all the youngsters are very much roaming free without mask and without any kind of concern, flouting all kinds of minimum safety measures, because they are under the impression that this COVID-19 will not affect them. Even if it affects them, it won't victimize them. They won't be victims for this specific disease. So the third important thing, other than this misconception of old people as risk groups and the perceived sources of transmission, the stigma that is attached to the disease, the social inequality. Right? We started not only branding some people as corona affected people. We have even earmarked. We have even earmarked some zones, some places, some geo spaces as very much disease or corona spaces. Say for example, Chennai in Tamil Nadu. If I ask somebody, are you coming to Chennai? People are immediately turning a long face, and they are very much shocked, and they attach a stigma to that specific space. A space which accommodated all streams of people, all people belonging to all walks of life. A space which was very much multicultural, really multicultural, a cosmopolitan space which was loved by people across, and which loved people from all walks of life, is now suffering from this kind of a stigma. So the justification of the death of old and weak people, I am bringing in Foucault again, is not something which is decided medically but only politically. That's where I'm coming. So when you justify the death of old people, see, he is above 70 years, he is above 80 years. So that is not something to be worried about. That specific thing is not decided medically. Who should live and who should be let to die is not decided completely medically, but only politically. Even when there is a shift from the miasmic way of understanding the virus to the real scientific understanding of the virus, there is no change in the tendency of the authority of the states and their surveillance mechanism. So with the advent of the virus in the 1850s, especially with Louis Pasteur inventing the virus and also the antibody, with the invention of the antibody, with the advent of the antibody, do you think people were very much relieved of this kind of fears? It rather strengthened the fears. It rather strengthened the fears. People started developing more and more fears about the pandemic diseases. They started sacrificing their own rights for the very survival. You can notice now, you can notice who actually supports the lockdown and the subsequent restrictions. Poor people are not exactly in favor of anything that the state is doing or has been doing. The poor people have nothing to lose. People who are willing to pawn their life for security, the middle class, the rich, people who are in favor of accumulation of power by the state, even people who speak human rights, democratic values, succumb to the fears generated by the pandemic. That is the most pathetic condition of the nation. The people who speak about all kinds of democratic values, people who express their concern for the migrant labor, people who speak about student rights, all kinds of human rights, they are also succumbing to the fears generated by the pandemic. So the fears determine the socio-political values. When your existence is at stake, I'm coming to the most important point with regard to Foucault's thing. But the fears determine, right? When your existence is at stake, the democratic values are thrown overboard and the states emerge as an unassailable power center. This is the failure of all democratic forces. More importantly, the intelligentsia and the academia, and the emergence of state as the most powerful, unassailable power center, which exercises power in excess. Exercising power by the state is nothing to worry about. But I'm suffixing the exercising the power in excess. So another subsidiary characteristic of this biopolitics is the erasure of all kinds of rituals, our own habits, of all common people and communities across India. Nowadays, you could see nobody visits the rustic temples, churches. Nobody congregates at any specific places, even with social distancing. People stop taking certain food because people stop taking the non-vegetarian food. So many such lifestyles, lifestyle changes are being effected. So the terms like autocracy, fascist forces, pandemic dictatorship, orders and decrees, quarantining, suspending travels, locking borders, forbidding activities, forbidding the bars, liquor trade, all kinds of things, right? Legally and constitutionally announcing all these things as legitimate. So the state measures to curb the outbreak, right? The use of biopower to infringe upon personal freedom, which was very much specifically discussed at length by Giorgio Agamben. All of you are aware of this specific development and how Agamben, the Italian philosopher who keeps Foucault as his mentor and who follows Foucault's school of thought, how he believes that one of the most terrible consequences of a pandemic is the establishment of a state of exception. He uses the phrase the state of exception. When the temporarily introduced emergency regime under the pretext of a virus, under the pretext of controlling something invisible, a microorganism, right, is extended for an indefinite period to control fully grown people with face value, people with identities, people with multiple identities, linguistic identities, geographical identities, cultural identities. So it is very, very easy for a state to control, to monopolize its power, right, over a larger group of people, a larger set of communities, in the name of or under the pretext of controlling or rather rescuing this huge population from an invisible microorganism called COVID-19 virus, the coronavirus. So this specific emergency event, this specific quarantine, how it becomes an integral part of the relationship between the state and its subject, with constant control and supervision. And now I can go out to a public place without mask and come back, provided I risk my life. But then I won't go out not because I don't want to be affected by the corona disease, but because of being caught by the police. So this specific constant control and supervision, which has already become part of my unconsciousness. So the society, according to, in the words of Agamben, for security reasons, it condemns itself to life in an eternal state of fear and insecurity, eventually getting used to it. Do you think we are all going to be rescued from this fear of being victims of COVID-19? Though let us make a blind guess that we escape, or we tend to escape the cruel clutches of COVID-19. Post-COVID-19, is posing a lot of threats to us. And we cannot just overcome all those things in the present setup. Even in the colonial period, the colonial government's measures to control the disease included quarantine, isolation camps, travel restrictions, exclusion of the indigenous medical practices of the colonized nations. It's not the narrative of an individual as a patient, but it successfully converts the whole landscape into a pestilence-stricken land. As I already told you, a whole lot of landscape, a whole city is converted into a pestilence-stricken land by erecting, a lot of steel barricades and calling it quarantine zones. This specific discourse survives with a binary, with a usual traditional conservative binary. It sets a lot of binaries, as we have been used to a lot of binaries with regard to the biopower and biopolitics. Plague as a disease also constructs and survives with a lot of binaries, like the dichotomy of clean and unclean, the dichotomy of nutrition versus malnutrition, tradition versus modernity, rural versus urban. There is another discourse that rural population won't be affected by the COVID-19. So people started leaving Chennai, the cosmopolitan space, and they started settling down in their villages again. A kind of re-migration has started taking place. And allopathy versus Siddha. Recently, for your information, how callous and how people, the state especially, and of course a part of us, how we turned very much apathetic towards the Siddha practitioners of our own country. We all I'm asking you a very, very point blank question to all the states, in India, the governments across India, the state governments across India, or the governments across the world. When you turn very much apathetic towards the Siddha, because a Siddha practitioner who claimed to control the influence of COVID-19 in a patient by administering kind of herbal medicines, he was arrested and he was imprisoned, and the High Court of Madras questioned the apathy of the state towards the Siddha practitioners in exploring certain methods to tackle COVID-19. I also ask a serious question to all the states. When you consider the allopathic medicine as something very superior to the Siddha practitioners, the Siddha form of medicine, or any indigenous form of healing methodologies, what kind of a treatment you are giving to all these corona patients? After all, you are giving fruits and nuts, right? Dry fruits and nuts, all kinds of nutritious food you are giving, and you are administering medicines which are meant for malaria. Anti-malarial drugs are being served, and you are trying to construct immunity in the patients. The same thing these people are also trying to do. I found some bodies, right, will be more into, or some bodies will find some kind of immunity more from some medicine than allopathic medicine, which has a lot of side effects. What is wrong in it? Anyway, no Siddha practitioner claimed that they have discovered a medicine to cure corona. Then what's your problem? And for your information, people who are living in Bengal, there is a news brief a couple of days back in all mainstream newspapers that patients, corona patients, right, who got treatment from Siddha units of government hospitals have been discharged much earlier and very, very healthy. And nobody passed away who undertook treatment from the alternative medicinal units of attached to the government hospitals. So it is the corporate pharmaceutical units. It is the corporate nexus with the government which compels the states, the state power, the biopower, the biopolitical structure to dwarf certain alternative indigenous systems to insignificance. Because once it thrives, the whole capital is going to be out. So the working class, there is another charge that it would have emanated from the working class. Initially, in the whole European context, the whole blame game, right? The power center, the biopower was accusing the working class as being unclean, and because they are used for, in the Indian context, they are used to open defecation, they eat beef, they are unclean, all kinds of complaints were made. Even when there was a plague, the whole nation was trying to put the blame on the Dalit population of India, the Harijans, to use the word of M.K. Gandhi. And it was later Dr. Ambedkar and M.K. Gandhi who together found out that they made an open statement that all Harijans' houses were clean, because the one who knows how to clean the whole nation keeps his nose to keep his own house clean. And not only that, the unclean houses were the houses of the relatively upper strata of the society, where when they stopped, the upper caste people, when they stopped allowing the sweepers to enter their houses and to clean their wet toilets, then it became the worst, morbid, deplorable place. So the certain now corona has its own, the historiographers, the elites and the state, the biopower started floating a lot of origins, tracing the origins of corona to even the corona is named as China corona, and in India it is given a Muslim identity. These things need to be resisted. So this kind of a discourse, when comes from above, the discourse should be resisted from by people who view or people who are trying to construct certain narratives from below. So the in the autochthonous preventive measures, right? When the autochthonous preventive measures were readily available in the native people, in the tribal population, laws, certain things which are very much specifically urban should not be imposed on the rural population. A very good example, the people who are living in the cities are very much alarmed, and they are the ones who are planning their own individual liberty, individual lives, and they sacrifice their everything for their own survival. At any cost, they try to rescue themselves. They want to be rescued by the state from this kind of a draconian disease, and they don't really bother about the lockdown experience. They are not really affected by the lockdown experience because they have hoarded, rice, dal, vegetables, fruits, everything for a specific period of time, and it actually, honestly, it did not affect them. But in the rural spaces, the loss of human life is very much accepted naturally without fears. You can't find anybody with a lot of fear psychosis sitting and talking all the time about COVID-19. They mind their business. They mind their everyday life without any kind of, this kind of conspiracy theories evolving in and around Corona. And their workforce, they have a workforce to take care of the disease. If somebody passes away of COVID-19, do you think the rural population will throw them the way in which the dead bodies are thrown into the pits? They have an organized workforce. They don't bother about any disease. And we have this grandma's medical treatment, oral warnings of our own grandmas, bedtime stories. When somebody warns us, don't go to that specific place after it becomes dark. All seemingly superstitious warnings, superstitious stories, do have something very scientific, and they have an inbuilt resistance. So literatures, orators, and their constructed realities save not only individuals but also plants, trees, insects, animals, birds. You can see a sustainable environment only in the lifestyle of the rural, of the peasants, of a tribal way of living. You would have seen a tribal who sleeps with his dogs, cats, his birds, his cows, everything, sleeps in a small thatched roof hut. And his lifestyle is very much eco-friendly and non-exploitative. I would like to highlight this phrase. His lifestyle is non-exploitative. This life, never exploits anybody. He never survives at the cost of somebody else's life. So this specific sustainable environment is what we all lost. We all lost, with the advent of urban capitalism and this market economy, which very, very, for a jovial thing, I'm telling you, all kinds of masks that sell for ₹10 in all our roadside shops. Those I heard from one of my friends that these masks were cloths meant for, designing party flags, red color, black color, all Dravidian party flags, cloths meant for designing party flags. Right? These flags were now remodeled as masks, and it comes to the market for ₹10. Which is very much affordable for a common man, a labor, a migrant. So this specific, because he spends ₹10 to avoid ₹100 fine, because ₹100 is 1 month earning, savings. And this specific, in this specific context, whatever Foucault talks about or whatever Foucault wants, it may not be very much a prediction. It may not be a right kind of warning for many geographical, political contexts. Say, for example, this you may argue that this pandemic lockdown and quarantine is part of every nation, and even socialist nations are adopting the same kind of surveillance mechanism, not necessarily the capitalist nations. I agree with you, but there is a problem. There is a problem attached to the accumulation of power or exercise of power in excess by any state, for that matter, be it a socialist state or a communist state or a capitalist state or a mixed economy like ours. This kind of the conversion of people into subjects and people into consumers of the pharmaceutical products is a thing to is a matter of concern for all of us to think about. And in this specific context, yes, biopower, biopolitics, and the discussion of pandemic situation, especially in or keeping in mind the discussions of Foucault, invites a lot of discussion and interaction. So I conclude my lecture by quoting the Slovenian critic Slavoj Zizek. The Lacanian, the Freudian Lacanian psychoanalytical sociologist, right? One of my most favorite critics of our times. Zizek predicts that there may be a kind of barbaric structure or some form of reinvented communism in the post-COVID situation as the pandemic reveals the virus of capitalism. The current crisis is a call to free ourselves from the tyranny of the market. So as Karl Marx in his 18th Brumaire essay clearly predicts, once anything is becoming market oriented, even the mask, right, even the disease, the identity of the citizens as subjects, once our identities are concealed and put together in a bottle which can be marketed, we should be fully aware of, and we should beware that we are being converted into saleable commodities, and the price of each and every individual is fixed by the state, the hegemony, which is not independent of itself, but is quite in connivance with all kinds of corporate giants across. So this specific warning of Slavoj Zizek, we don't know. None of us is certain about the future, especially the post-COVID situation, whether it will bring a barbaric kind of social setup or a reinvented communist setup or a much more vigorous form of capitalist setup. None of us knows. Let us hope for something that is better than the present. Thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity provided to me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Marx, for your wonderful lecture. Professor Marx has in fact made some very essential points, like how the sovereign exercises its power over its people at times, not only during the pandemic but also at other times when such emergency situation is not there, and how it divides the population, according to the ideologies who are in the power seat, and how the state also uses the idea of the state of exception. The state of exception is a tool to suppress and dominate the deviant population in a way, whom the state considers deviant in a way. So Agamben becomes very relevant in understanding this, and how the pharmaceutical companies are also playing a role. So how capitalism has come into, it doesn't matter, whether you belong to a socialist state or a mixed economy or a capitalist state, the pharmaceuticals are playing a role everywhere in the world. I think this is a very relevant issue which has been addressed by Professor Marx. Now the session is open for discussion. I request the participants to post their questions in the chat box. we don't have any questions. It seems like, everybody agrees to what you have said. So,
Thank you.
okay, sir, then we can call it a day. And thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Biswas, and thank you, Rana, for inviting me to this wonderful platform. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. T. Marx, for your wonderful presentation. Actually, we are honored by your presentation, actually. And thank you, Dr. Debajyoti Biswas, faculty member, Department of English, Bodoland University, for your moderation. And thank you all the participants. So, first technical session is over. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the time for the second technical session. That is for paper presentation. And there are 4 paper presenters and a chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Ramanuj Konar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sarat Centenary College. And 4 paper presenters of this session are actually Hanifa Rahman, Hindol Palit, Priyanka Basu, and Priyoranjan Sarkar. Please get yourself ready for your presentation. Just we have few minutes. That means we have just 6 minutes left for our next session. So I would like to hand over the responsibility of the session to Dr. Ramanuj Konar, though 4 minutes are left for the next session. Okay, please, Ramanuj.
Thank you, Subrata. I think I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this beautiful webinar. We are seeing webinars everywhere, but this is different. I must tell you that here on this platform, Kolishani Mahavidyalaya, along with Mahashtala College, you have been organizing this webinar and you have been providing an opportunity for young scholars and researchers and professors from various places to present their papers as well, not only a few invited lectures. So this is very important. During the pandemic, we have been witnessing so many webinars all around us, and in most of the cases, the young scholars and researchers who want to present their papers are not getting any space to present their papers. But here, I must congratulate the organizers for keeping a large amount of your space for this purpose, for paper presenters, and we have got fantastic papers. I'm eager to hear them from Hanifa Rahman, Hindol Palit, Priyanka Basu, and Priyaranjan Sarkar. As the organizers have informed me, the paper presenters will have 10 to 12 minutes, 10 minutes for the first bell, and 12 minutes for there will be the final bell. So I think all the paper presenters will stick to this time frame. And after all the papers, do you think, Subrata, after all the papers we will take questions, or after each paper?
No. After the completion of the paper presentation, we'll take questions.
Okay, after the 4 papers are presented, we will take questions. No problem with that. So do we have some 2 to 3 minutes more, right?
Yeah. We have just 2 minutes left for our next session. I will request Hanifa Hanifa Rahman to get ready.
Okay, one more thing to the paper presenters is that please introduce yourselves when you start presenting the paper, and then you actually start present your paper, because on the way we do not know many of you, so it will be very nice to know who are you are speaking from, and where you have been working, and in which area you are currently specializing. So start with a brief introduction about yourself, and then start presenting your paper. So may I now, if Hanifa is ready, so may I now request Hanifa Rahman, she will speak on Tales of Toxic Colonialism, Interrogating Environmental Biopolitics in Leslie Marmon Silko's Ceremony. Do we have Hanifa online among us?
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
You are not visible. Hello.
Hello.
You are audible.
Yes, we can hear you, but you have to start your camera, I think.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I visible?
Right.
Yeah, hello Hanifa. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Right. Very good afternoon to all. I'm Hanifa Rahman from Assam. Presently, I'm working as a part-time faculty in University Institute of Engineering and Technology, Puducherry University.
I think your voice is not audible, Hanifa.
Hello.
Your voice is not audible.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Can you hear us properly? We
Yes,
cannot. We can hear you very faintly. I mean, there is some disturbance over the audio, I think.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yeah, somewhat audible, but the voice is not clear.
Okay. So, I don't know how to fix it. Hello.
Yes, better. We
Is it
can
clear
hear
now?
you.
Hello.
Yeah, better, much better. Yes.
Okay. So, shall I start the presentation?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you now properly.
Right. So, my paper is titled "Tales of Toxic Colonialism: Interrogating Environmental Biopolitics." Leslie Marmon
But
Ceremony.
sorry to interrupt. You have to start your video, I think.
Okay. Some problem with my camera.
Subrata, do you think there is a problem with the internet connection or with the device?
I think she is not able to manage the device. Sometimes it's one kind of problem that I am facing, that she's not able to control the Zoom system. What I think.
Sir, I have already sent a request, madam. But madam not responding.
Okay, okay.
But
I'm
I am also sending a for audio and video both, but madam not responding.
just 1 minute. I'm actually calling her.
Okay, extremely sorry for this interruption. These things are quite common in, these things are quite common when we try to organize things over the internet. So if Hanifa takes a few more minutes to prepare the devices, do we have Hindol, Palit, Priyanka Basu, or Priyaranjan Sarkar? We can do a little bit of mic test and check if things are all right at their end.
Yes. You're right.
Hindol, Palit, are you there?
Hindol Palit?
We will just do a mic test for 5 seconds or so.
I called Hanifa. Ready. Hindol Palit?
Okay, so if Hindol is not online, then Priyanka Basu, do we have Priyanka Basu with us?
Yes, Priyanka Basu is there.
Okay.
Priyanka, sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, perfectly. And can you turn your video on and check whether it's working? Yeah. It's okay. You were perfectly audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. And Priyaranjan Sarkar, can you do a mic check?
So can I turn off my video?
Yeah. Now please. Priyaranjan, if you are there.
So we may start with Priyanka Basu, what I think, because.
Okay, so the Priyanka Basu is already here. We have checked all these technicalities, and I think we can really start. And this will give some time for Hanifa and others to prepare. I think the problem is with the device, the headphone. Sometimes the headphone jack doesn't fit into the device with which it is being connected to. So if the organizer says, I would now like to request Priyanka Basu to start presenting her paper. Please start by introducing yourself. Priyanka Basu will be talking about the title of her paper is Where Angels Fear to Trade, Biopolitics and Resistance in Manjula Padmanabhan's Harvest. So please, Priyanka Basu. Yes,
So am I audible?
perfectly.
Okay. I'm Priyanka Basu and I am from Chandannagar, and I have completed my master's in 2018 from the University of Burdwan, and now I am doing my B.Ed from the Women's College of Chandannagar, and I have also stood first among the Burdwan University from Kholishani College. I am a student of Kholishani College also, and I like actually I am researching on the representation of mental illness in the Bollywood films, and schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder in all these things. And I have also recently passed the UGC net and all that. So can I start my paper?
Sure, please.
So my paper is titled as Where Angels Fear to Tread, Biopolitics and Resistance in Manjula Padmanabhan's Harvest. So as we see that the 20th and 21st century has witnessed the transformation of human modes of life, both individual as well as collective, with the renting of wombs, selling of sperms, trading of kidneys, as well as cells and cornea. Although recently there is a resurgence of academic interest in biopolitics. Biopolitics, as we all know, that the oppressive political force that controls not only the individuals' bodies and their actions, but actually also the entire population. For the third, to keep them, as you know, that to keep them docile and productive. For the third world countries, still grappling with the economic and social legacies of European imperialism, the global spread of late capitalist technology poses the significant threats behind the promises of improving health and raising the general standards of living. And so, my paper is on Manjula Padmanabhan's harvest, how the organ mafias, they are ruling over the third world, and how the third world people are becoming simply the pigs around the first world. This paper will analyze this. This paper attempts to decipher the globalized effects of capitalism on third world that falls victim to the flesh market controlled by the Western world, as it is portrayed in Harvest by Manjula Padmanabhan, using the analytical framework of Foucauldian notion of biopolitics. Moreover, this paper also attempts to carve out a form of resistance to oppressive forms of biopower, which is an indispensable element of capitalism. At first I want to introduce people, though many knows about the play because the play is very much famous, but not are all from the literature background. So Harvest is a play by Manjula Padmanabhan, first published in 1997, which attempts to address the exploitation of the third world body in the imaginative futuristic presentation of Mumbai in the 2010. When the play opens, we find two characters, Jaya and her mother-in-law. Both are impatiently waiting for Om's return from his job interview. Here Om is the elder son of the house. Om returns to announce that he has indeed been selected for the job at Interplanta Services. Having a healthy body is the only criteria for the selection of the job, and Om is also selected for that job by selling the rights of his entire body to an anonymous buyer in the United States. Biomedical advances in the transplant medicines actually reduced the collective body image of the third world into the combination of replaceable and exploitative parts and potential resources for ailing bodies in the first world. Just for example, surrogacy. Surrogacy, which was a boon for those where pregnancy is medically impossible or pregnancy risks are too dangerous for the intended mother, has now become a tool for exploitation. The two important primary sector of economy, as we all know, includes agriculture, meaning farming, and mining, both of which involves exploitation and extraction from the land. Similarly, in this play Harvest, as the title suggests, that it has been shown how the human organs are harvested from the body of one person and transplanted to another. The organ, once it is extracted from the body, it is completely irreclaimable, which although matters little for the receiver, for whom the bodies of the donor world as disposable bodies comprised of spare parts, which the receiver can use to prolong his own life, while all the donors fall prey to the omnivorous first world. Manjula Padmanabhan uses a character, Jaya, the only character who represents resistance against the seduction of capitalism. At the end of the play, Jaya has recovered a new definition for winning, and that is the winning by losing. Because capitalism cannot control the right of death of a person, thus Jaya retains her own dignity by reclaiming her own body through suicide. But the question is this the only way of resistance? The racialized women, particularly in India, increasingly are hired as gestational surrogates for the couple of the first world. In this process, the surrogates is radically instrumentalized as a womb for rent. Padmanabhan writes against it. The way in which biopolitics exerts in society is known as biopower, that is interested in the mass only, in statistical terms and not in existential terms. In Harvey's surreal world, the forces of global world, the forces of global capital have apparently neutralized current objections to the organ trade and driven their attendant ethical debates from the public realm. Technological advances have also reduced the surgical risk to both donors and receivers, making life transplants a routine procedure at the biomedical level. It is a parable of the contemporary social scenario of the third world countries, specifically to India, as the organ trading is prevalent due to increasing demand for donated organs, high economic profitability, and uncontrolled trafficking. The notion of biopower runs parallel to the virtual guineas treatment of the family, as we see in the play that Guinea was never interested in any emotional connection with the family, but she is only interested in the physical fitness of the donor. Padmanabhan gives a suggestion at the end of the play how to combat the predatory appetite of the neo-capitalism. But is there no alternative way except suicide? We must think over it that although Padmanabhan has suggested that we should use suicide as the only weapon against the exploitations of capitalism, but can suicide be suggested as the correct path? And moreover, suicide, can it actually help to sleep us from the inescapable grip of capitalism and its close, keen neo-imperialism? So these are the questions on which my paper is actually based, which is open-ended in the play, and we should think over it. Okay, thank you for the opportunity for presenting my paper.
Thank you, Priyanka. This is a very thought-provoking paper, and we will take questions definitely whether we all are living in a biocolonial surveillance, something, whether we are living in a colony which is being controlled by biopolitical or biocapital ideas. So we will take questions. We need to discuss on them. I think the audience will also respond to your paper on this. So if we can move on to the next paper presenter, Subrata Da, do we start again with Hanifa Rahman, or we?
Yes, actually, Hanifa Rahman is also there, I think, and we may go. Actually, whoever comes first, we may go on.
So Hindal Palit was not there for mic check, and Priyaranjan Sarkar.
Sir, I'm there.
Hindal
Can you
Palit
listen
is
to me?
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can listen to you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right.
And it would be better. Are you using headphone, microphone?
No, sir, I'm not using that. But can you
Is
listen
it
to me properly?
okay? Can you hear me?
I'm okay. Sir, can you listen to me properly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you properly.
But sound is
but
not.
the sound, the audio is coming. No, the audio is coming in packets. You know?
Okay. Let me try. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Now is it better? Yeah. Now is it better?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yes, better.
Better. Okay.
So Hindal Palit will be speaking on moving beyond the biopolitical securities, necropolitics, and the state of exception in the works of Navarun Bhattacharya. I have read his abstract, and I found that he will be speaking on Kallanagod, I think, Hindal, right?
Sir, not only Kallanagod, I would prefer to talk about Lukthok. Mostly on Lukthok.
Okay. I'm eagerly waiting to hear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Your arguments, please.
Thank you. Okay. Shall I proceed, sir?
Yeah. Start by introducing yourself, and then move on to your paper.
Okay. Thank you, organizer. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I am Hindal Palit. I am currently working in the Department of English, Barakpur Rashtraguru Surendrannath College. I have completed my MPhil on Navarun Bhattacharya, and my work was on the memory as resistance in the works of Navarun Bhattacharya. That was my MPhil thesis was on. Now today, shall I start, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure. Sir, okay, fine. Okay. Now today, I would love to talk about, the title of my paper is Moving Beyond Biopolitical Securities, Encountering the Question of Necropolitics and Zone of Exception in the works of Navarun Bhattacharya, and I would mostly focus upon Lukthok. So as we all know, Michel Foucault has talked about, he has done an extensive work on the concept of power. And without taking an emotional or moral or philosophical stance, he tries to explore, he tries to investigate the true nature of power. He tries to understand how power is located within our system, how it actually operates. And he decides to, he finds three different levels of power, starting with sovereign, the power of sovereign. Now, what is power of sovereign? Power of sovereign is the kind of power the earlier times kings and the monarchs, they used to exhort, they can take the lives. By giving death to anyone, they used to display their power. Then the next, the power of discipline or disciplinary power. Now, what is that disciplinary power? Disciplinary power is a little modification. Instead of giving punishment to the unruly subjects, they try to discipline the behavior through the institutions such as hospital, asylums, school, etc., etc. And the seminar is on the third thing, biopower. Now, as the biopower, the name itself suggests, biopower is a life-giving power. Biopower is something to make life. Now, our lifespan has extended. We now have an intensive medical unit. The healthcare system has improved. All these are there to improve our lifespan, to give us, to help us to live long and smoothly, or to more specific, to extinguish the possibilities of life-threatening forces. Okay. Now, here I have a question. Does all of us, we have the privilege to subscribe to biopolitics? We all of us can afford to have biopolitical security? The answer is no. Because when I say biopolitics is to make life, I remain partially incorrect. The complete sentence should be biopolitics is to make life and let die. Now, who will die? Who are going to die? From here, the question of necropolitics comes into play. The term necropolitics, it was theorized by Mbembe. Mbembe is a Cameroonian scholar, and he has devised this term in 2003 in an essay. Now, what is necropolitics? If biopolitics is to make life and let die, necropolitics is to make death and let live. So just the opposite end. So in a system, biopolitics and necropolitics, they exist side by side. They can sit across a table, they can rub the shoulder, but they exist together. Now, in my talk, I would try to explore how in the novel of Novatul, especially Lubthok, this necropolitics is explored. Lubthok is published in 2006, and it's a novel that is set in a futuristic dystopic Calcutta that is obsessed with the thought of upgradation and progression. The city authority has made a long list of the things that they are planning to do for the development of the city. And the first one in the list is to free the streets of the city from canine presence. All the street dogs should be killed because they are a constant visual torture for the onlookers. Now, who are these onlookers? These onlookers have taken the citizenship of biopolitics. Therefore, the dogs have become the citizens of necropolitics. They will be killed. They have become what Agamben has said, the bare life, or Butler has said, precarious life. Now, Mbembe, in his essay, talks about the death machine or war machine. Now, what is this war machine? War machine is a proper strategy. A group of highly skilled individuals, they will formulate a strategy, they will do data collection, they will interpret the data, and finally they will come up with a master plan to execute their job to perfection. In the novel, we see a high-profile meeting was conducted discussing the possible and the best way how to kill the dogs. Proposals, our arguments, counter-arguments. Proposal number one, let's shot the dogs. Counter-argument, it will be extremely expensive affair, plus the bullets might miss the mark. Second point, we can do one thing, we can drop pieces of meat laced with poison, and next morning we will just clear the dead bodies. Counter argument, not possible, because there is no guarantee that dogs will only have those pieces of meat, someone else can have. Point number three, let's forget about the dogs, let's concentrate on the puppies because they are much easier to kill. Let's just break their neck. or drown them in the water, or put them in a big polythene bag and airtight it. If we manage to kill the puppies, then of course, in any case, the clan of the dogs will be extinguished. Counter argument. Good idea, but even this plan has a chink. When we'll be going after the puppies, their mothers will come and they will bark and they will snap their teeth and they might attack us. Now, what do you expect? Should we start a full-scale war against that dog? We are not here for a civil war. We are here for a peace. We are the peacekeeper. Final proposal. So let's do one thing. Let's catch the dogs and throw them in Pijra Pole. Now, what is Pijra Pole? Pijra Pole is a vast wasteland present at the outskirts of the city, completely segregated from the city and world zone. Okay. Now, everybody supports the idea. Why? Because without food, without water, the dogs will die in any case. Their bark, their scream will not hamper the city life because the zone is completely segregated. So here we have Pijra Pole. And now I need to talk about the politics of Pijra Pole. The politics of Pijra Pole. Carl Smith, MMA has referred this. Carl Smith has talked about special zone of exception. Now, what is zone of exception? A special zone where any kind of rights to live, any kind of privileges, any kind of civil right will be completely suspended. Any form of brutality, any form of oppression is permissible. We have seen that in history, the Nazi concentration camp, the previous colonies, the Gulag, the apartheid, South Africa, and many refugee camps in today's world. They are all zone of exception where any right to live is suspended. So Pijra Pole has become a death camp, a zone of exception. Anna Arendt once said that it is probably impossible for us to comprehend the horror to live in a death camp because it exists beyond the realm of life and death. Now think about these dogs. They are in the Pijra Pole. They are locked up without food, without water, completely exposed to the sun. They are all dying. They can feel the thirst, the hunger, the pain in the body. It's a long process. Professor Marianne Grison, she talked about in one of her lectures that this is slow process of death is probably the most precarious one. It first reduces, then diminishes, suppresses, and finally kills it. Ramanuj has shown a visceral spectacle of death. At the opening page of the novel, we find a puppy is dead. Its puppy was born and dead at the same spot. And it has died before it opened its eyes. Now, a group of ants, they are eating the upper layer of its closed eye. And this is how the puppy is opening its eye. The dead puppy is opening its eye. Now, this dead puppy is rotting. Okay, and this is exactly what George Bataille has said, that this death is the putrefaction of life. Now, what is the stench? Once it was alive. The puppy is dead. Therefore, the city lives. This is how Ramanuj shows how necropolitics and biopolitics, they exist hand in hand together. I will conclude my talk with just with a reminder of the kind of real necropolitical events we are encountering these days. When we see migrant workers are walking miles after miles, or when we find a speeding train runs through them, or when I find that they are being showered by pesticides, these are all necropolitical spectacles which we consume through our biopolitical television screen sitting on our biopolitical couches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hindol. Very well presented paper. And what I felt is that we have always seen these kind of necropolitics as you mentioned in Lukdok, in relation to
yes,
Lukdok, was generally being interpreted as androcentric worldview, So you have brought this aspect of necropolitics into this. So it is not merely an androcentric worldview. So, and one more thing is that you have made references to our recent times and the mention about the exception zones is also very important. It reminds me a lot of things that is going on around us in our recent times. So thank you for your paper. We will take questions. I think people will be intrigued to ask you questions. And so now, if we can move on to whether Priyanjan Sarkar or Hanifa Rahman, because we have got all these things, the order has got jumbled up. Now let's see who is ready. Hanifa Rahman, are you there? And can you do another mic check?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, better than last time. So,
can you see me?
Yeah.
Disconnected. So,
no, some the audio is getting interrupted. I mean, I'm not sure if we start the lecture for a period of 10 minutes, whether the audio will remain intelligible or not. Subroto is there any of the organizers here? Am I the only person who is not being able to hear, or can I get a feedback?
Yeah, Hanifa is not audible, so
Hanifa, are you using a headphone or headphone and mic?
Previously, I was not using, so now I'm using. Now,
yes, I think let's go on with the paper. We will be able to understand, I hope.
Madam, just remove your headphone and try again. Madam, just remove your headphone and just try again.
Okay. Please follow the instructions if they
now,
work.
can you?
Yes.
Audible now?
Yes, better.
Okay. Yeah. So my title for today's my paper is titled "Tales of Toxic Colonialism: Interrogating Environmental Biopolitics in the Lesser Ceremony." So the paper basically aims to go into the dialectic of environmental biopolitics related to the 12 fruits of biocolonization and toxic colonialism in the Native American writer Leslie Mount Silko's 1977 debut novel Ceremony. It alludes specifically to the history of uranium mining in native lands and the use of indigenous lands as disposal sites of toxic waste, which echoes biopolitical implications of Western technology, experiments, and projects which facilitate the colonizer in the commodification of indigenous resources and non-Native American and use indigenous lands as disposal sites of Western technology of indigenous resources and exploited the notion of man's superiority and it use lands and which this structure as suggested by Lucas that the concept of environment is subject to human thinking which is quote unquote outside the system. The relevant hegemonic practices have sustained themselves on discourse with associated rhetoric to create, in Foucault's words, a regime of associated rhetoric to create. In Foucault's words, demonization of the powerful requires the common sense, a process which Norman Feclo terms as naturalization. Power structure and moreover exploitation is human thinking which is quote unquote have sustained themselves on a regime of truth as for the colonizer their right to rule over the colonized and their environment. One associated concept with this is biocolonization, different policies and practices that the dominant colonial culture can draw on to retain and extend its control over the natives and their land. Biocolonization is, according to it was defined by Graham Cuban and Helen Tiffin in their book as a new form of ecological imperialism, which encompasses the wide-ranging biopolitical implications of Western trends and experiments of technology. So, and especially facilitated the colonizer in the commodification of indigenous resources and knowledge. So in the novel ceremony, Silko recreates this practice of colonialism, whereby the people are tripling, and this leads to the tribal leaders, the federalist tribal leaders, who release their lands to the company. The novel depicts a realistic depiction of the nuclear colonization of the Southwest and the legacy of exploitation, particularly the destruction of regional culture, socio-economic structures, and the environment, alluding to the history of uranium mining operations in Laguna Pueblo from the 1950s to the early 1980s. Following the discovery of uranium deposits near Peguate in 1951, Laguna leaders leased approximately 7,000 acres of Laguna Pueblo land to the Anaconda Corporation. And between 1952 and 1981, Anaconda retrieved 22 million tons of uranium ore from 9 underground mines and 3 open pits, one of which is the Jackpile Peguate mine, once the world's between 1952 2 million tons of uranium ore from 9 underground mines, and the tribes received royalties in exchange for its leases to mining operations, and many Laguna residents were also, employed as miners there. But the payments which were made to the leaders were less than even 1% of the total profit made by the company, that is Anaconda. So the so-called benefits from the mines were only short-term. The long-term costs were really high. After mining operations closed, the companies left a gaping crater and piles of virulently radioactive slag, unemployment returned to over 20%, and widespread radioactive contamination of the water supply was difficult for the Laguna people to return to a and 1981, Anaconda uranium ore from 9 underground mines, one of which has what one kind of mineral you will look for, but paid $5,000 to the Land Grant Association, the 3% of the total profit made by but paid $5,000 to the Land Grant Association, so that the area has been damaged and was seized by the territorial government of New Mexico. As the project progressed, the mining operation at the Caboleta land grant led to further ecological deterioration, causing floods and land erosion. The operation profited the US government and the mining corporations while leaving nothing for the community and land but barbed wire fences, a watchman's shack, a hole in the earth, and the death of the last. By using these phrases, the phrases such as hole in the earth and the death of the last bony cattle, Silko depicts very accurately depict the environmental and socio-economic consequences that Laguna people face. He repeatedly mentions barbed wire fences when describing the transformation of Laguna land. Barbed wire, of course, is a powerful metaphor for modern ideas of progress and civilization, as well as 20th century barbarity, very potently, echoing the biopolitical implications, whereby we witness the exploitation and degradation of these vulnerable people in the name of scientific experiments and technological advancement. In the context of nuclear history, barbed wire fences suggest a more complicated reality, radioactive contamination that cannot be contained. While the fences reflect the separation of land from people, they are officially put up to keep people away from the dangerous mining operations. But of course, the impact of the nuclear industry cannot be contained by such fences. Tayo, who is the protagonist of the novel, crosses an emblematic barbed wire fence when he enters an abandoned uranium mine. This act not only signifies a rejection of the contemporary idea of progress, war, and segregation, but also Tayo's entrance into the country marked by nuclear colonization. Tayo's grandmother, who witnessed a flash in the southeastern sky from the atom bomb, denoted at White Sands in 1945, once asked Tayo, "Why did they make a thing like that?" Although Tayo could not answer his grandmother's question immediately, at the abandoned uranium mine, he comes to understand that the flash his grandmother witnessed was part of the larger pattern of destruction. Crawling to the barbed wire fence, Tayo heads for a uranium mine shaft, and from there he looks toward the places where processed uranium mire ends up. So the novel also, highlights the colonizers' utilization of the social resources of force to neutralize their environmental agenda. Silko highlights how prestigious European schools contravene native values by teaching science stuck full of dead frogs loaded with formaldehyde. This is depicted in an episode in the novel where a native student tries to communicate to her teacher that killing animals like frogs for scientific experiments may invite the wrath of nature in the form of terrible floods. However, the girl's request provokes the teacher's laughter. Similarly, Tayo's teacher also asks him to kill flies because they are bad and carry sickness. Obeying his teacher, Tayo feels it fun to chase them. He proudly kills many flies, collects their piles, and shows them his result. Tayo's act heavily disappoints his uncle, who shares with him the mythical story of the fly who had once saved their ancestors from the drought. The uncle struggles to resist the universal force of colonization. It also throughout the text, offers a counter narrative to the discursive trend done, or the survival of Native Americans in primary university requires due knowledge to resist the colonizers' discourse. And it is through this knowledge of their oral stories and their tales and indigenous the knowledge that has been passed down to generations, which can challenge the anti-human and the anti-environment colonial power structure. So she reinforces basically in the novel that the reconsideration of the reunion at nature. It could demand a shift away from anthropocentric humanism towards modern ecocentrism, guided by the principle of self-realization for all members of the ecosystem. Ontological equality and interdependence among the members of the ecosystem are at the core of Silko's eco-vision, and it reflects the ancient Laguna Pueblo's inclusive vision of the world. So in the select text, then, Silko highlights the subtle process of the formation, establishment, and perpetuation of an environmental discourse and views it as a system of allocation which is based on the ideology of colonial power structures, reflecting their adverse attitudes, nature and environment. These power structures are then used to gain profit by making the natives and nature as this sympathy. These employment of discourse strategies by the colonizers culminated in terms of ideology, which fulfillment of the colonizers' interests, are a very clear example of the dynamics of biopolitics centered around consumption and profit at the expense of populations which are rendered superfluous and are therefore justifiable to be liquidated.
Thank you. Thank you, Hanifa. Actually, I couldn't hear all the time properly. So I think you have concluded, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for your paper. So we will take questions. Please stay online. And the next speaker is Priyaranjan Sarkar. I think he is with us already. And Priyaranjan Sarkar will speak on political ecology of Sundarban. The title of his paper is Political Ecology of Sundarban, Environment and Ecotourism Development. So, do we have Priyaranjan Sarkar with us online? Subratada, any of the organizers here?
Yeah, I'm here and I'm connecting with him now. Yes. I know. That's a video audio on call. Actually, he is in line. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Just wait, he is online.
Okay.
Audio tomato already active. Zoom. Oof. Right now, because he is actually getting disconnected from the line just because of the COVID network.
Sorry, I couldn't get you. Priyaranjan cannot connect, right? Or will it take some time?
Yes. Actually, he is getting problem to be connected with the line just because of the problem. Okay, just we have to wait 2 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Zoom to install program. Hello. Apa YouTube Babu YouTube Yeah, Ramanuj.
Yes.
Actually, by the time we can move on with our question answer session, right?
Okay, we already have heard Priyanka, Hindol, and Hanifa. So, do you want me to take questions from the audiences if there is any? Do you think we should take questions or reactions on the three papers that have already been presented? So it's 4:13 now here in our local time. So we can wait a couple of minutes and then I will start the interactive session for the three papers that have already been presented.
Yeah, Dr. Konar, at public communication with circuit, actually it's getting problem still, and we connect with him. Right? Other paper presented, that means the question answer from the audience. Questions from the audience. We can proceed for 2 minutes.
Okay. So I should start the interactive session, right? Okay, so since Priyanjan Sarkar is not ready yet, he is not online with us in this session. So I think we already heard interesting papers from Priyanka Basu and then Hindol Palit and then Hanifa Rahman. They placed quite intriguing arguments, and may I now invite your questions from the audience, and even if the participant, some of the participants want to question, please put them in the chat box. And I'm also requesting the paper presenters to check the chat box if there is any question, and to turn their mic on when they speak, when they respond to the questions. So there are some compliments. I think the papers were definitely worth of those nice words, but I cannot find any specific question to any of the paper presenters. So I will wait for another minute. So if someone is typing something out, so let's see.
Ramanuj?
Yes.
Actually, we may, if there is no questions from the audience, we may sum up the paper of the paper right now, and then we will go for Q&A.
Okay, so yes, I also think there are no questions for the paper presenters. I also checked the chat box. So thank you all the paper presenters here. It would have been great to hear Niranjan Sarkar speaking on the debate of environmental conservation and eco-tourism development in Sundarbans. Definitely we will hear his arguments someday. Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Hindol and Hanifa. Thank you all. A very good afternoon to you. And please keep on listening to the other paper presenters in the next session. Thank you all.
Dear participants, actually, this is the end of our technical session 2. Our technical session 3 will start from 4:40 p.m. to and will go on till 5:55 p.m. So that's a break for the time being. So let us enjoy the break. Thank you.
सुर ही सुर में सुर जो जानी पहचानी मेरी हो विदेशिनी। तुम्हें देखा है शरत प्रात में, तुम्हें देखा है माधवी रात में, तुम दिखी मेरे मन मंदिर में हो विदेशिनी। मैंने गहन ध्यान से नगमे सुनी है गीत तेरी। मैंने तुझे ही सौंपा प्राणों हो विदेशिनी। ढूंढ फिरूं सारा जग में, अब आ गया नए देश में, बन पाऊं तेरे द्वारे हो विदेशी। हो तुम जानी पहचानी मेरी हो विदेशी। तुम सागर पार रहती हो विदेशी। हो तुम जानी पहचानी मेरी हो विदेशी। छोटी छोटी ये बातें जरा जरा सी छुअन, वही मेरे अंतर में रचे रंगे सावन। छोटी छोटी ये बातें जरा जरा सी छुअन, वही मेरे अंतर में रचे रंगे सावन। छोटी छोटी ये बातें जरा जरा सी छुअन। कुछ तमाश नशा, कुछ चिंतक रंग है, वही मेरे रंग तो जान गए, वही मेरे सुर सुर में चले रंग तो जान गए। रचे रंगे सावन, छोटी छोटी ये बातें जरा जरा सी छुअन। जब कभी पास वो आए पल भर चुपके चुपके, ये बातें जरा जरा सी छुअन वही मेरे अंतर में रचे रंगे फागुन छोटी छोटी ये बातें जरा जरा सी छुअन मेरे चित्त में नित नृत्य ये कोई नाचे तत थे तत थे तत थे मेरे चित्त में नित नृत्य ये कोई नाचे तत थे तत थे तत थे कोई संग मेरे दंग ये सदा बजे रे तत थे तत थे तत थे कोई संग मेरे दंग ये सदा बजे रे तत थे रोना हंसना हीरा पन्ना चूल्हे खाले कांपे छंद में बुरा भला तालो गाले रोना हंसना हीरा पन्ना चूल्हे खाले कांपे छंद में बुरा भला तालो गाले नाचे जन्म नाचे मरण पाछे पाछे तत थे तत थे नाचे जन्म नाचे मरण पाछे पाछे तत थे तत थे ओ आनंद ओ आनंद ओ आनंद मेरी रात्रि नाचे मुक्ति नाचे बंधन ओ आनंद ओ आनंद ओ आनंद मेरी रात्रि नाचे मुक्ति नाचे बंधन वो तरंग में मन मौज में ढाई पाछे तत थे वो तरंग में मन मौज में ढाई पाछे तत थे मेरे चित्त में नित नृत्य ये कोई नाचे तत थे तत थे दोनों के मधुया बातें कुछ कहे बिना चले वो गए फिरे मधुया रे दोनों के नैन मिले
Hello. 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 Suranjana, are you there? Suranjana? Suranjana?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay. This is the third technical session for paper presentation, and chairperson of this session is Dr. Suranjana Bhadru, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Shirampur Girls College. And there are 4 paper presenters in this session also. They are Sonakshi Biswas, Shriya Das, Shubham Dotto, and Dr. Navonita Chakraborty, and Supriya Devnath. So the session starts now. Now over to Dr. Suranjana.
Thank you, Shubhratada. A very good afternoon, everybody. I am indeed honored to be a part of this international webinar on biopolitics, literature, culture, and society. I thank the principals of both colleges.
Your voice is muted. Suranjana, unmute yourself.
Now, am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
So I would like to thank the principals of both the colleges, Kholishani Mahavidyalaya, Chandanagar, and Moheshtala College, Kolkata. My regards to Mr. Shubroto Rana Da as the convener of this webinar, and my heartiest greetings to all the participants. So this is the third technical session of the second day. As we have in the seminar schedule, the first speaker in this session is Mrs. Sonakshi Biswas, SACT Grade 1 of the Department of Geography,
Kholishani Mohabidalay, Chandanagar. May I ask Mrs. Shonakshi Biswas to be here to unmute herself and to put on the video?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. The topic on which is going to speak is biopolitics in education, with scenarios from ancient time to the present time and the impact of capitalism on education. So definitely it is a very pertinent topic for today, as it is going to focus on the impact of capitalism on the education system of India, as I hope from the topic. So madam, I request you to begin your lecture now. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Madam, I cannot share my presentation. Please allow me to share the presentation. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks to the honorable professors. I am Shonakshi Biswas. I am from Chingsura in Hooghly district of West Bengal. I am a state-aided college teacher of Puducherry Mahavidyalaya. Okay, now I am starting. My topic is biopolitics in education, with scenarios from ancient time to the present time and the impact of capitalism on education. What is biopolitics? Here, energy means the ability to do something good. What is politics? The set of activities that are associated with making decisions in groups or forms power relations between individuals, and it includes making laws and exercising the force. What is power relations? The capacity of an individual to influence the actions of others. What is laws? System of rules that are created and enforced through social and governmental institutions. What is force? Lawful compulsion. Here, power relations, laws, force, each word is used to describe how politics is intertwined with life. So what does it mean? It means bio plus politics is equal to biopolitics. We know this great Greek philosopher Aristotle, who said, man is by nature a political animal. Okay, next. I think biopolitics creates biopower. This time I will discuss biopolitics in education based on the story of Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata, Guru Drona is seen using a skillful biopolitics. Not everyone is Arjun. Everyone has established their own power through hard work and testing under the supervision of the Guru Drona. No one was forced. They were each the best in their field, like Dharmaraj Yudhishthir, Gandhidhari Arjun, powerful warrior Bhima, wielder of the sword Nokul, as intelligent as Brihaspati Sahadev. This is to say, Right biopolitics in education can create right biopower. This is about the Mahabharata and epic. Now, let's come to the old and new education system of India and the use of biopolitics. Here, I have discussed Nalanda University as the old and Vishwabharati University as the new. Let's look at the ancient education system of Nalanda University. Nalanda, a center of learning. How? Enhance all around development, that is intellectual, spiritual, and aesthetic. It also meant physical development. It not only teaches philosophy, but also inspires the student to live with it. Curriculum, grammar, logic, literature, Vedas, philosophy, Puranas, astronomy, etc. Methods of learning. From morning to night, students engage themselves in debate and discussions. The juniors and the seniors mutually helped each other to become perfectionists to their own field. Next, campus, ponds and lakes covered with blue lotus, thereby creating a peaceful place for learning. It had large collections of books, manuscripts. It was called as Dharmaganj, Mountain of Truth. Also, the administration arranged the facilities for free boarding and lodging efficiently. Here, I have tried to show purpose of education, selection of curriculum, infrastructure, administration are all controlled by one beautiful biopolitics. And this biopolitics has given teacher like Shilbhadru and student like Yuven Sang. I think Nalanda was the symbol and the starting point of the modern concept of higher education. Okay, next. Here, let's look at the present education system of India. Vishwabharati University. Vishwabharati University Center of Learning. How? Believes in open air education. Continue their course till the student and his teacher both are satisfied. Method of learning. This system emphasizes on comprehensive learning as against rote learning methods. Classes are held in open air in the shades of trees. Next, campus. Kala Bhavan, Shongit Bhavan, Bhasha Bhavan, etc. Library, festival place also for Bashant Utsav, Poush Mela. Next, administration. Arrange low-cost accommodation and meals. Here, I have tried to show again purpose of education, selection of curriculum, infrastructure, administration were all arranged by one beautiful biopolitics. And this biopolitics has given teacher like Rabindranath Tagore and student like Indira Gandhi. So it can be said, right biopolitics in education can create right biopower. And Vishwabharati University Tagore's gift to the world. It's true. Next. But now we are facing a problem. What is the problem? Capitalism in education. What is capitalism? Capitalism in an economic system whose job is to produce and whose goal is to make profit. Here, education is a multi-million-dollar business and student is commodity. I have discussed two examples. First, exam boards make the tests so hard that students can hardly be passed. If you fail the exam, you have to pay a lot of money again for schooling, private tuition, etc. And profit fills the pockets of the greedy. Now, second one, new class books, replacement of some the old books. The poor boy cannot buy the old book. Changing books every year puts a class of poor people in great danger. And again, profit fills the pockets of the greedy. The results? For case number 1, stress-related psychological disorders and an increasing number of students use banned drugs to boost their performance. Case number 2 contributes to creating an unequal society and uncertain future. Here, I have discussed briefly the negative impact of capitalism in education. Capitalism destroys the right biopolitics in education. They fail to create proper biopower. That is what I want to say in the end. Building a school with money is not the only purpose. Here I want to say the words of Rabindranath Tagore. They must be trained not to be soldiers, not to be clerks in a bank, not to be merchants, but to be the makers of their own world and their own destiny. So, education must be saved, students must be protected, and I believe the right biopolitics in education can create the right biopower in the world with the help of human sensibility, intelligence, and desire. Finally, don't forget, by acknowledging the changing capitalistic society, we must see to it that student does not become a machine. They are the assets of the future. There are my references. Thanks, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Shonakshi, for this
Thank you, madam.
wonderful presentation. This is indeed relevant, calling our attention to be more careful and focusing on the perspectives of education. Thank you so much. And I think it will be better if we take the questions late after the completion of the session. Okay. So please listen to the remaining two speakers who are there, three speakers, sorry. So we will move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Shreya Das. Is she present? Yes. So Shreya Das, madam, may I request you to just switch on your video and your audio. Miss Shreya Das?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Okay, yes, you are audible. So
visible.
Yes. So
Okay,
you are audible and visible both? Okay.
Thank you.
So we have today with us Shreya Das, who has completed her master's from Biopolitics University in English. She is interested in children literatures, gender studies, and also has some publications to her credit. Today, the topic on which she is going to speak is biopolitics and queer sexuality, re-exploring the modes of repression and resistance in Baby G by Asha Dawsar. Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. It's Abha Dawsar. Abha Dawsar.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Abha Dawsar. So now, Shreya, over to you. You may begin your lecture now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. My regards to the delegates and dignitaries who are present here. I want to convey my deference as a token of my gratitude to the Department of English, Bishabharati. My thanks to Khalishani Mahavidyalaya and Maheshwala College for giving me this academic platform. So today I will talk about Abha Dawsar's award-winning novel Baby G with a view to exploring how queer sexuality functions in the spectrum of biopolitics and how these two ideas are negotiated in this text. In order to demystify this negotiation, it is important to understand the nuances of repression and resistance in the novel. We will see how difficult it is to situate alternative sexuality both as an idea and practice without the presence of biopolitic contours. So let me begin my discussion with a very popular remark given on the theme of the novel. I quote, "An impressive balance between moral inquiry and decadent pleasure." And this statement for me can be an interesting point of departure for my discussion. Yes, the appealing word here is balance, which apparently sets an equilibrium between two contradictory ideas, that is, repression and resistance, between baby and G. My paper tries to find answer to the question, why is this balance needed? Baby G refers to Anamika Sharma, whom the novel centers around. She is a girl in 12th standard and the head passes at school, and also the unconventional lover with equally unusual relationships. Her liaison with a divorcee lady, a maid servant, and a girl of her age is something that becomes a very potent instrument to give a threat to the privileged discourse of heterosexuality. She also shares romantic interest with her best friend's dad and the most unscrupulous boy of her class. Eve Sedgwick, in her book Tendencies, writes, I quote, "Queer refers to open mess of possibilities, excesses of meaning, when the constituent elements of anyone's gender and sexuality are not met monolithically. And Anamika's sexuality very effectively addresses the sense of indeterminacy or fluidity integral to queer discourse. Her very name, Baby G, is itself a combination of fierce sensuality and innocence. What is interesting is that Ava Gosser is at her best to bring in the subversive elements that are at war with all kinds of constructs embedded in the society. She boldly allows Anamika to name her lover India and vividly portrays the oversexed body of India whom Anamika engages in an overtly physical relationship with. What we see throughout the novel is the focus on the non-heterosexual expression of desire, a desire which consistently gives a jolt to what Butler extends the notion of innate or intrinsic gender identity. But this celebration of female continuum is not left unrestricted. The function of biopolitics becomes important at this juncture. Even Anamika has to succumb to the discourse of normalcy and the assumed stability of heterosexuality. The true biological instinct remains concealed and subcutaneous. Though she claims, I quote, "I want to be free. I don't want society telling me what to do all the time. But I'm afraid the fear of exposure ultimately makes her listen to society, debilitating her sense of freedom. She decides to leave the society at a distance and moves on studying abroad. She is a failure to disclose her love interest before her parents. She is unable to speak out her sexual identity and to establish it. Even she meets her lovers secretly because it is out of the norms of society. The presence of power is evidently shown, and biopolitics is one of the instruments of propagating the power that society exercises on the individual life. Foucauldian idea of the discourse of sexuality concerning the operation of power is what diverts this girl from expressing herself and from situating alternative sexuality. As I began my argument with the question of balance, I think it is ultimately a balance that is imposed between the biological instinct and the biopolitical matrices. The underlying conflict between these two, however, continues to reverberate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shriya, for this wonderful presentation. it is indeed a new area also for us, as we are being familiar with this concept of gender studies, and definitely you have referred to Butler, and I would just like to add one point. I think you are already, it's there in your mind, that is Butler's concept of performativity.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so that is very much significant here, because gender is very much performative. Now we don't have this concept of this binaries there. Okay, the sexual binaries or the gender binaries, and this sex gender difference has been done away with a long time since Butler. So these, yes,
dismantle this sort of typologies.
exactly. So this is also very much relevant. So thank you, Shreya. We will take the questions together. And yes, so we will move on to the next participant. The next participant, sorry, we have a joint paper by two participants. May I request Mr. Shubham Datto and Dr. Navamita Chakraborty to be present here and to switch on their microphone and also their videos.
Yes.
Okay. Shubham,
Dr.
welcome.
Navam, yes, yes.
Yes,
Thank you
Shubham,
so much.
Shubham Datto, you are welcome.
Yes.
So I think you are the presenter. Though the
No. Actually, we will present it jointly.
Okay,
First, I
okay.
will start the screen sharing, and she will speak, and then I will speak again.
Okay.
So it's a joint paper, and we have to rely on screen sharing. So I would request the organizer to please enable screen sharing so that we can share the screen.
Okay. So just let's get introduced to Shubham Datto and Dr. Navamita Chakraborty. Shubham Datto is working as the Assistant Professor of English, Gokhale Memorial Girls College. And Dr. Navamita Chakraborty is also the Assistant Professor of Psychology, Gokhale Memorial Girls College. So it's a wonderful fusion of English and psychology. So definitely it's going to be an interesting paper also. The title of the paper is Suicide as an Act of Resistance and Subversion, a study of Bengali film Nagor Kirtan. Okay, so I request both of you to carry on with your presentation. Over to you, Mr. Shubham Datto and Dr. Navamita Chakraborty.
Yes, thank you so much for your kind introduction, Kiranjana. Okay. So we will begin with the screen sharing. Just a minute. Yes. Is the screen visible right now?
Yes. Yes. Screen is
okay. Screen is visible. And do I need to make it full screen?
Enlarge the. Yes.
Okay. Is it visible properly right now?
Yes, quite visible.
Okay.
Thank you, Shubham. Okay, good evening. Today we would be presenting a paper on the film by Kaushik Ganguly called Nagor Kirtan. We would want to discuss about how suicide acts as an act of resistance and subversion in the Bengali film Nagor Kirtan. The title of this paper is Suicide as an Act of Resistance and Subversion, a study of the Bengali film Nagor Kirtan 2019. Now, the theoretical framework that the paper would be using is how Foucault's concept of biopolitics and biopower specifies gender roles for the society. The study wants to investigate how the trope of suicide in the film acts as a mode of resistance and subversion against this biopolitical objectification of the human body. Another problem that the film wants to address is how the intersection between class identity and gender identity makes the fulfillment of desire all the more difficult. The other point that this paper seeks to trace is how the sociological and cultural changes in the social sphere almost proclaim the death of the notion of privacy and intimacy in the pursuit of absolute knowledge and thereby absolute power.
We come to the research question. The research questions for this paper are: how is the concept of power related to the concept of suicide? What is suicide and why is suicide? The outline of the film, we will briefly outline the film. So the central dilemma of the narrative stems from Putti, enacted by Rithishin, and her intense desire for having an immaculate and perfect female body through gender reassignment. In a nutshell, what remains implicated in the narrative is a longing for having a female body by a trans protagonist, Putti, and overcoming the gender role fixed by the society.
And there is a clipping. Yes. You continue, please. Please
yes.
continue.
However, it collides with the heteronormative societal expectation. Putti's dream for having a perfect Shangshar with Modhu gets shattered thereby. So we'll watch a brief clipping from the film. Shubham, please.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, the screen is visible, but not audible as yet.
Not audible. Okay, okay, okay.
No.
Not audible.
No, still not audible.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, let me check. Let me check. It's not. It's visible right now or not? It's not visible.
The screen is not being shared any longer. So please share your screen.
Okay. Okay. Just hold on. Hold on a minute. This technical snack is happening. Screen share. Advanced. Okay, so I think okay.
Yes, I think the audio.
Audio is there?
Could it be a little louder? It's still not there. I think the audio is still not there. Could you make it a little louder?
No, actually, I can't.
We are very sorry. Apologies for this delay.
Accept my request.
Yes.
Remote control request. Just accept my request.
Yes, approved. I have approved.
Okay.
Can you hear the sound? No.
No. Just 1 minute. Can you open the Zoom application?
Okay, just hold on a minute. Hold on. Sorry for the technical snag.
It's very unfortunate, but please bear with us.
We just do one thing. There is.
Okay, just let me check. You please stop controlling the screen. Let me check. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes of time, and I will check. I will check. Okay. Just give me 2 minutes of time. But I think I am out of the meeting. Hello?
No, you're in the meeting. You're not out of the meeting.
Now he is out of the
meeting. Maybe he'll just rejoin in a bit. This is not supposed to happen. Very unfortunate. Give us a minute, please.
it audible?
Thank you very much.
Continue. Please continue. Sorry for the delay. Extremely sorry for this technological lag. It was not entirely in our hand. So sorry for this. Okay.
একদম তৈরি হয়ে আসবে।
Please continue.
আমার জোড়া তাপি ভালো লাগে না, পুটি হয়ে আসবে।
Yes. So now we come to the Foucauldian notion of biopolitics. This is a power that exerts a positive influence on life that endeavors to administer, optimize, and multiply it, subjecting it to precise controls and comprehensive regulation. Foucault, will to knowledge. In the next slide, we are going to look at biopower, the relationship between biopower and sexuality. This new power over life, which Foucault calls biopower, takes two main forms. First, the discipline of the body, where the human body is treated like a machine, productive, economically useful, etc. This form of biopower appears in the military, in education, in the workplace, and seeks to create a more disciplined, effective population. Second, the regulation of population, which focuses on the reproductive capacity of the human body. Our next slide is about gender role and transgression. Now, the society wants Putti or Porimol to act as a man with a male body, but the dichotomy of Putti's self lies in his ineptitude in straddling the gender role expected by the society and the gender role he wants to perform as a woman. So the transgression of the protagonist lies in deciding on performing the gender identity. This is a concept by Judith Butler, Gender Trouble, 1990, instead of conforming to the socially given stereotypes. We will again watch another very brief clipping. So Shubham, will you please?
Yes.
It's not audible.
Yes. Is it audible?
Yes, it's audible.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. শাড়িটা ভাঁজ করে দেব? না গো, একটু হাওয়া খাক। গোজা হওয়ার পর থেকে মুঠি গেলাম। কত কাজ করি, স্কুলের কাজ, বাড়ির কাজ, রোজ ঘর মুছি জানো, তাও একটু কমছে না। এর মধ্যে কর্তা আবার বায়না ধরেছে আবার নাকি।
This clipping shows the intense longing for the female body that Putti has. This is also indicate pointing towards the voyeuristic gaze of Putti at the body of Modhu's Bodhi. The desire for having a perfect female body becomes evident from this clipping. From here, Shubham will take over. So Shubham, will you continue with the presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's very evident that how the film narrativizes the question of longing very importantly. And from the gaze that we have seen in the last clipping, that it was very evident that the longing for the female body that Putti has becomes incomplete, and therefore Putti looks at the body of Modhu's Bodhi and desires for a body, desires for a spotless body that he does not have. And now, very interestingly, another point, that the film creates a triad between the historical real and the cinematic by the inclusion of a character like Manobi Bandopadhyay, Sri Chaitanya, and Puti. Puti belonging to the Hijra community, whereas Manobi is a social activist. We all know her. Manobi Bandopadhyay is a principal of a college, and Sri Chaitanya, who epitomized Purushange Nari Bhav. So how the interplay between the historical, real, and the cinematic, how the interplay between the spiritual, mythological, and the social historical takes place in the film. It's very interesting to look at this triad in the film. For Puti, the longing remains intrinsically embedded in his quest for a female body. In the revelation scene, when the weak falls off, Puti is discovered as Porimol, and his cross-dressed subterfuge is exposed, his desire ends irrevocably. So what is the question that comes to the foreground here? What is affordable for a principal like Manobi Bandopadhyay, who belongs to the upper middle class of the society, who has the ability of changing his gender and from becoming Somnath to Manobi, or what Sri Chaitanya had in terms of spiritual leaning. Puti is incapable of doing that because Puti belongs to the lower strata of the society. Puti belongs to a different corner of the society where this sort of affordability, where this sort of scope is not present. They don't have the money to survive, and therefore the question of gender reassignment seems to be absolutely luxury for him. Seems to be absolutely luxury for him. So from this point onwards, the film very interestingly historicizes the question of gender bending, gender reassigning, and also it also talks about the question of class and how the question of class intersects with the question of gender in a way to make the survival of a character like Puti more problematic, to make the survival of a character like Puti more difficult in the social scenario. The desire and the gender role. So what the film talks about is the fluidity of desire and the specificity of gender role. Triad. I was talking about the triad in one of the slides. The triad between Manobi Bandopadhyay, the real character belonging to the privileged strata, Sri Chaitanya, historical character with spiritual leanings, the cinematic character Puti representing the lower rung of the society. An interplay between the cinematic, real, and the historical spiritual comes to a full circle thereby. Is the question that I have posed here, is Nagar Kirtan a queer film? I don't think Nagar Kirtan can be called a queer film because the desire that Puti embodies, the desire that Puti has in his mind is a desire linked to the question of social identity and the question of marriage. Marriage is an institution which is predominantly heteronormative. Marriage is an institution which predominantly gives the question of social identity a social validation. And therefore, Puti and Modhu are talking about having a marriage after gender reassignment. Puti wants to be a female. Puti wants to be a female body. Puti wants to be a female, and Modhu wants the same. And therefore, when they talk about their future planning, Modhu in one of the scenes I have shown in the clipping, sorry for the technological snag, that Modhu says to Puti that Puti hoye ashbe, that means you have to be Puti entirely, and therefore your body has to be quintessentially a woman's body. So there should not be any sort of mark of man in your body. So this sort of transformation, this sort of complete transformation, I think goes against the politics of queer, which talks about fluidity, which talks about indeterminacy, which talks about living in liminality and in-betweenness. Social transformation. We will see another clipping from the film. Clipping I will show how urban change is making their question of survival all the more problematic. May I ask the chair, how much time do you have for the presentation? May I ask the chair? Hello? Okay, fine. the screen visible? Is it audible? Everyone, please respond. Hello? Hello?
শিখিয়েছিল অনেক কিছু। কোথায় যাই সারাদিন তো এই চাইনিজ হোটেল ডেলিভারি। আর যেদিন বায়না থেকে কীর্তন পাঠিয়ে বাঁশি বাজায় ওদের, 10টা-12টা হয়ে যায় বাইরে হতে হতে। খাওয়া আর ঘুম বাস। তো ঘর তো লাগে নিজের একখানা, কোনটা তো ভেঙে দিচ্ছে। ফ্ল্যাট বাড়ি হবে ওখানে।
Hello? Hello? Actually, I am muted by the host, actually, so I cannot talk to you, though I can hear everything.
Okay, so, Suranjanati, how much time do we have for the presentation?
Yes, since I will give you few more minutes because it is indeed interesting. Okay, so you have 5 minutes more. Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay. So here.
কত নবদ্বীপের বাড়ি, দেশের বাড়ি, এখানে থাকে একটা বস্তিতে। 600 টাকা নেয় ইলেকট্রিক বিল নিয়ে। ওই শুধু ঘুমোতে যায় সারাদিন তো এই চাইনিজ হোটেল ডেলিভারি। আর যেদিন বায়না থেকে কীর্তন পাঠিয়ে বাঁশি বাজায় ওদের, 10টা-12টা হয়ে যায় বাইরে হতে হতে। খাওয়া আর ঘুম বাস। তো ঘর তো লাগে নিজের একখানা, কোনটা তো ভেঙে দিচ্ছে। ফ্ল্যাট বাড়ি হবে ওখানে।
So it's very interesting how the social change towards urbanization from basti to the transformation to the multi-story building, from slum to the multi-story building, is taking a toll on their life. This is very interesting to look at how urban change, sociological change, is also impinging on their existence. Their niche for survival, what they created in a very hard-earned manner, is getting lost due to the social transformation, and therefore they have to go back to Krishnanagar. I am not showing the clipping here since we don't have much time. Okay, and now there will be a dialectic between the city space and the town space in the film. The film will very interestingly narrativize the question of city space and the town space. Whereas in the city space we have some sort of insouciance, some sort of indifference of a city space like Kolkata, because it's a sprawling urban space. It's a sprawling urban space, and it has the politics of not looking at everyone. It has the politics of giving or allowing privacy to some extent. So it's not as interventionist as a space as a small town space like Krishnanagar is. And this insouciance and this indifference of Kolkata allowed for their relationship to survive surreptitiously. They lived in a very clandestine manner. They roamed around the city streets. They mingled with each other, and they continued their relationship in a very clandestine manner, in a surreptitious manner. But when they come back to Krishnanagar, the close-knit interventionist space of a town space completely tatters their relationship, completely dismantles the relationship that they used to share. The role of social media. I will show the revelation scene here, and I will show how the revelation scene is mediated by the role of social media, and how it is, as I talked about the anagnosis in the 10th slide, that how when the week falls off, it gets publicized by social media, and Modhu gets to see it via mobile phone. So I will show the clipping again, and please look at the clipping and you will understand what I am pointing out.
দেখেছি মেয়েটাকে? এই হিস্ট্রিটা তো, হ্যাঁ, মালটা দেখো না প্লেনে ঢুকে বিক্রি করছিল। আপনার লোকালি যেগুলো করতে খবর পেয়ে একটু ধরে নিয়ে চলে আসে। কি বলো ভাই, কি কালেন কালালে, 1 ঘন্টা আগের কথা বলছি। মালটা আসলে হিসেবে ছিল না, ব্যাটা ছেলে ছিল, জালি হিসেবে
বাড়ি থেকে টাকা পয়সা তুলছিল। ব্যাস দেখবে ছবি আছে আমার কাছে, ভিডিও করেছি দেখো। ওকে তোমার পড়েছে তো, ভাগ্য বলো পুলিশ এসে বাঁচালো, তা নাহলে মেরে ফেলতে মারছে। দেখো
So it's very lurid and poignant, and it's the weak falls off, and it lends ambivalence to the social space of Krishnanagar, blurring the zone between the public and the private. The self that Puti always wanted to keep private becomes publicized through social media, and simultaneously the local and the global also get interpenetrated. It politicizes the question of space with the technological mode of surveillance. Technological mode of surveillance, the digital surveillance, and it gets publicized through social media, and the privacy, the concept of privacy dies a silent death in the film. And now we will come back to the suicide scene where Muki will commit suicide. I won't take much time, just a few more slides and then I will commit. Yes. So this scene is very important. This scene is the most important concept of the most important in the context of the scene, because what is suicide? Now we will come back to the point that I was trying to make. What is suicide? Suicide is applied to all cases of death resulting directly or indirectly from a positive or negative act of victim himself, which he knows will produce this result. So the idea of suicide is associated with the question of producing a result, producing an impact. And what kind of impact does Puti produce? It is to be seen now. Freud, let's come back to Sigmund Freud's idea of cause of suicide. Freud's idea of suicide relates to narcissistic injury and the internalized aggression caused by the loss of an object of longing. And as we have seen that when the object of longing for Puti was the female body, but when the weak falls off and he commits suicide and his private self gets publicized, the object of longing and the idea of fulfilling that longing gets foreclosed completely. It won't ever be fulfilled, and therefore for Puti, suicide perhaps the only option left. And this is the narcissistic injury that Freud is talking about in Mourning and Melancholia. And now,
sorry to interrupt, Shubham. Just please sum up in 1 minute.
Yes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So I won't take much time. 2 minutes. 2 minutes more. Okay. Michel Foucault talks about suicide, the politics of suicide. In the Michel Foucault talks about the individual and the private right to die at the border and the interstices of power that was exercised over itself. And I will show how the concept of Foucault's concept of suicide is related to this film as well. This film unravels a space of subversion, reclaiming the role he was denied by the society, and to continue the loop of resistance is shown that Madhu is draping himself in a woman's attire at the end of the film. So initially the film was about specifying gender role, and as it turns out to be, Puti is forced to reveal the identity that he never wanted to reveal, and Puti is forced to compromise. But when he dies wearing a ghumur around his anklet, and the body that is shown, is shown in a bluish avatar, and it again reveals a mythological reference to Sri Chaitanya, and it is said that when Sri Chaitanya died, his body also got a bluish tinge all over. And this is what I am talking about, that the climactic scene of the film ironically subverts the mythological way of gender reassignment. Initially, it subverted the question of gender reassignment through technology, because the question of class that Manavi Bandyopadhyay belonged to was very different from the question of class that Mukti belonged to. And now he has to commit suicide, where but the whole body. That means he ironically subverts the question of mythological transformation of gender that Sri Chaitanya did or said to have did in Nilachala Mahaprabhu or in his idea of gender switching. And this is the last slide we are talking about. In the suicide scene, it is shown that he is wearing a nupur on his anklet and the whole body turns blue, which again offers mythological reference to Chaitanya's death. Wearing nupur anklet before death reinforces his dancer's self beyond gender. It's an act of reclaiming the autonomy of the body beyond the specificity of gender norm prescribed by the society. In a way, we see this act of suicide as a way of reclaiming one's agency over one's own body beyond gender and the ideological nexus of power and knowledge. So it's also a way of reclaiming the autonomy, reclaiming the sovereignty over one's own body. The bare body that Agamben talks about in his book, in his theory, the question of bare body can also be applied here. The bare body of Putti seems to act as a mode of subversion through suicide, and it also turns the question of gender totally around, turns the question of gender totally in a different manner, and the question of gender no longer remains predominant. Rather, what becomes predominant is the question of will. And that's how I read the film, that it's a matter of suicide, or suicide gives Putti the scope of reclaiming the question of will over the question of identity, reclaiming the question of desire over the question of socially specified gender role. And this is what I was trying to arrive at. Thank you for listening, and sorry for the technological snag that we had during our discussion. And thank you to the chair for giving us some much time to complete our presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Shubham Datto and Naumita Chakraborty, for this wonderful presentation. And definitely it is also a continuation of the previous paper by Shriya. And thanks to both of you. So yes, I too agree with you that it is definitely a movie on gender identity. And what I would like to also point out, and what is also there definitely in your paper, is that that so long we have been familiar with the commodification of the female body, where always women are represented as a beautiful Desdemona or a glamorous Desdemona, Cleopatra on the stage, and always the dramatist catered or the filmmaker catered to this kind of representation of female sexuality. But here we find a different kind of representation of gender, where a woman is the third sex is just desiring for a body or in search of an identity, where he cannot actually find a link between the biological self and the psychological self. So it's a wonderful issue here. Thanks to both of you. So we will move on to the next paper now, and we will wait for the question session after we complete all the papers. So the last speaker of this session is Shupriti Debnath. Okay, so may I request Mr. Shupriti Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Shamsundar College, to switch on the audio and the video. So Shupriti Debnath.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Hello?
you are audible and visible both. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am, and all present there. So this is Shupriti Debnath, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Shamsundar College. So my paper is on biocitizen, body, BMI, and biopolitics. So I'm just to begin my paper, I'll try to keep it short and simple. May I, madam? Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes.
Uh,
Yes, you may
may I?
start.
Okay.
Yes.
There remains a complex relationship between the body and the idea of citizenship. After recent developments in biotechnology, and in political perspectives, we are introduced to the idea of bio-citizenship. In my paper, I would focus on body in terms of body weight, that is obesity. This field of critical health sociology would give me a window to engage with the webinar topic, that is biopolitics. Here, we should keep in mind Foucault, who in one of his lectures mentions, the first is that biopolitics is not dealing with the individual as body. It is a new body, a multiple body. Biopolitics deals with the population as a political problem. In a book titled Biopolitics and the Obesity Epidemic, edited by Jan Wright and Valerie Harwood, a chapter begins thus. This chapter describes the emergence of a new species of human being, the bio-citizen. These citizens are a product of a growing anxiety lurking in public imagination about a worldwide pandemic of obesity and overweight. Since medicos have identified 21st century as having obesogenic environment, that is because of our lifestyle and food habit, panic of being obese and its link with various diseases have become a concern for individual and the government. Medicalization of our society makes BMI, that is body mass index, as a marker of one's acceptability in a society and capability as a citizen. Being obese is seen as inert, lazy, self-absorbed, therefore a bad citizen. On the other hand, a thin body is taken as a public-minded, socially responsible individual, cautious about the common good of the entire society. Thus, a bio-citizen is someone who is virtuous, possesses a good moral character, and maintains personal discipline, hence is not obese. Deborah Lumpton in Medicine as Culture writes, and I quote, for Foucault and his followers, the body is the ultimate site of political and ideological control, surveillance, and regulation. Through the body and its behaviors, state apparatuses such as medicine, the educational system, psychiatry, and the law define the limits of behavior and record activities, punishing those bodies which violate the established boundaries and thus rendering bodies productive and politically and economically useful. Unquote. Fat flesh is seen in the context of normal pathological binary, where being obese denotes one's moral and aesthetic failure in terms of being unable to maintain a healthy ethical living. Thus, a mathematical disease, as categorized by medical experts, decides one's responsibility as a caring family member and probability of causing economic loss, national security threat. This is important to explore the politicized nature of obesity epidemic, since body fat as a Western corporate plank is spreading in Asia in search of more consumers who, in fear of being tagged as the obese other, may succumb to the notion of bio-citizen. Interestingly, the trend or this process of categorizing, naming, and classifying body through BMI is seen as a neo-colonial practice and a pro-upper class white American construction to exclude the poor minority in the American context. From this perspective, being obese acts as a resistance to doctors and dietary, that is medicalization, and the notion of white America. Popular culture, advertisement, media, film, weight loss industry, and medical professionals promote the virtue discourse of normative BMI. Now, Christine Hals, in a book, the chapter is Biocitizenship, says through mathematical reduction, the assignment or adoption of BMI metaphorically erases the heart, soul, and history of human subjects, substituting in its place a numeric entity devoid of personal or social identity on which the state and its allies can inscribe a new persona, that of the virtuous biocitizen. So, again, in a paper titled Troubles with Biocitizenship, Alexander Plaus and Paula Boddington opine how the questions of human value and human worth and biological responsibilities play a significant role to shape the notion of biocitizens. Individuals' body weight in relation to social, racial, cultural, and economic profile of a nation state can be a site of social control, whereas a normal, healthy person is at a risk of emerging as a defiant in the context of biocitizen. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, my paper is over.
Okay, thank you, Shupriti, for this different view of biopolitics, which focuses on this obesogenic environment. And indeed, it is very much relevant today also, like all papers. And we have also come to know about the concept of this biocitizen. And I don't know how much we are able to become biocitizen, because human being is not an independent identity. So many forces are at work on him. And so I don't know how far it is possible to become biocitizens, or whether it is at all possible to become so or not. So thank you again so much. So now the forum is open for questions. All the participants are requested to post their questions, and even the paper presenters, if you want, you can share your views, you can ask questions if you want. So I request you all to please participate here, and let's have a sort of discussion on this topic. We had wonderful papers, 4 papers on various topics which focused on 4 different perspectives. I had a wonderful experience with you all. So now it's open for interaction. So in the chat box, I cannot find any question as such, though the participants are congratulating all of you, the organizers and the participants, everybody. But I cannot find any questions as such. So I just request if anybody wants to share their views or anything like that. Shubhratoda, I don't find any questions here in Zoom.
So if there is no question, you may sum up the papers and also conclude.
Okay. So I have already summed up after each and every lecture. So finally, what I would like to say is that it's a wonderful topic for the seminar, and we had wonderful papers also. Thanks to all the participants present here. We will be looking forward to more such research works of this kind. I too learned a lot from you all. Thank you so much. Many of the areas are still unknown to me. I will also explore it, and I hope that I will also try to take it back to my students, like the participants who are present in the webinar today. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, participants, once again.
Thank you the chair as well, and thank you the organizer for allowing us to present our thoughts and share our thoughts.
Thank you, Suranjana Baddu, for sharing the session, and thank you the participants who have presented papers in this session. Sonakshi Biswas, Sriyada, Shubham Datto, and Dr. Navanita Chakraborty, as well as Supreet Vidyanar. So thank you all And this is the end of the session. Okay, and our next session, that is the technical session 4, will start from 6 p.m. Okay, thank you.
बिछड़े रहे सदा ही बिछड़े रहे यमुना तीरे रे दोनों के नैन मिले मधुयामिनी बातें कुछ कहे बिना चले गए धीरे मधुयामिनी रे दोनों के नैन मिले। घूंघट ओढ़े रहने की मुखड़ा यूं छिपाए कौन हो कौन हो कौन तुम मेरे अंगना खड़ी हो अकेली घूंघट ओढ़े रहने की आज सघन रात में मगन तारे नदियाँ नीर झर झर झरे 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 रे जलधारा समान वन मरमरिक हो होरी पवन चले सनसनी कौन हो कौन हो कौन तुम मेरे अंगना खड़ी हो अकेली घूंघट ओढ़े रहने की।
Lovely song.
He will join within 5 minutes. I called for Mark. Actually, he will join within 5 minutes.
Hello, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello. I can hear you, but am I audible to you?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay. Okay. I called Professor T. Max and he is joining within 5 minutes now.
Absolutely okay with me. I'll also be around.
Yeah.
तुम्हें देखा है शरत प्रात में, तुम्हें देखा है माधवी रात में, तुम दिखी मेरे मन मंदिर में। हो विदेशिनी, मैंने गहन ध्यान से नगमे गीत तेरे, मैंने तुझे ही सौंपा प्राणों हो विदेशिनी। ढूंढ फिरूं सारा जग में, अब आ गया नए देश में, बन पाहुन तेरे द्वार हो विदेशी। हो तुम जानी पहचानी मेरी, हो विदेशी। तुम सागर पार रहती हो विदेशी। हो तुम जानी पहचानी मेरी, हो विदेशी।
एक আমাকে বললো ওনাকে অ্যাকসেপ্ট করেছি, আমি এর জন্য করেছি, ওনাকে রিকোয়েস্ট অ্যাকসেপ্ট করতে পারি। চলছে
Hello. Hello. Hello, madam. Madam, am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? But you are not audible. Yeah. Am I audible?
Now I am. Yes, you are audible, and now I am also like audible, I think.
Yeah. I think Professor Marx is there.
Okay.
Hello, Professor Marx. Professor Marx. Yeah, sir is there.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, good evening to everyone. Good evening to Professor Marx, Dr. Sangeeta Chatterjee.
Thank you so much, Shubhrato. Just interrupting you.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a slideshow which I have mailed to you. So I will try. I'm very extremely, deprived of this kind of knowledge of things, technological things. So if I am not able to do it, then please you play it there. Okay, but I'll try primarily. I have a slideshow prepared.
Okay, if you can do then it's okay. Otherwise, I will do it. Okay.
Yes. That will be great.
And this is the technical session, and the research person of this session is Dr. Sangeeta Chatterjee, faculty member, Department of English, and in charge, Center for Women's Studies, Ramanuj University, and moderator of this session is Professor Marx, Professor of English, Department of English, Pondicherry University, Puducherry. So I would like to hand over the responsibility of the session to Professor Marx. So please, Professor Marx.
Thank you, Dr. Subrata Rana. I'm very happy and feel honored to chair and moderate this technical session, wherein Ms. Sanjukta Chatterjee, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Raiganj University, is going to deliver her lecture on a very important work in the Indian context, Anand Math. So this is, I'm also as curious as our fellow participants to listen to Ms. Sanjukta Chatterjee. Before that, I take this opportunity to introduce Ms. Sanjukta Chatterjee to our learned participants. With a sense of pride, I introduce Ms. Sanjukta Chatterjee, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Raiganj University, who is also in charge of the Center for Women's Studies, Raiganj University. She has her MA with specialization in post-colonial literary studies. Her research interests are feminism, eco-criticism, Indian classical literature, nationalism, and of course, Northeast studies. She has her research experience of 7 years, and she has attended and presented papers in almost some 10 to 15 national and international conferences. And she has also attended 3 workshops, especially on engaging with CBCS, the academic system, gender awareness and recent trends, gender sensitization and sexual harassment, prevention of sexual harassment at workplace. Then she has quite a number of impressive publications published by Readers Service Kolkata and Prashant Mote, Latur, Herzo, Pune, Maharashtra, and also Ajmer, Jordan, Bardhaman, and many other publishers. So with these academic credentials to her credit, she has been very much engaged in researches and academics related to Indian writings in English. And today she is with us to present her lecture on Anand Math from a very biopolitical perspective. Now over to Ms. Sanjukta Chatterjee. The virtual space is yours. Thank you, Ms. Sanjukta Chatterjee. Now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I really don't know if I deserve such a wonderful introduction. Thank you so much, sir. I'm honored. Okay. Shall I start? Okay. I have been trained by my daughter, but I'm sure to fail. So I'll start the screen sharing. I'm sorry, I think I have just a minute. Where is that? Where is it? Please help me. Meeting. Yeah, it's down there. With the Zoom meeting. Where is the screen sharing? Screen select. No, you just help me out.
You have already shared your screen is already.
Have I? Is it shared?
It's
Can
already
you see?
shared. It's already shared.
It's already
Okay,
shared.
okay. So engaging with the body in Anand Math.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Sanjukta Chatterjee, because I am doing it from a tab. My computer died day before yesterday. So, okay. Please, I'm very sorry about these technical glitches because I'm not able to see anybody right now. I can only see my screen on the tab. So, it's like speaking to myself. Now, my concept is a very simple one, engaging with the body in Anandamath. And I have been listening to these discourses on biopolitics and politics and Rashtra and Dharma of the Indian side. And I just thought that maybe I can just delve into it, in a kind of mix and match way and see things. So I was really wondering about this particular concept of the body. So what is the body actually in the Indian philosophy as well as in the Western philosophy? But I'm not going to go into a very detailed study because I want to focus on this particular novel that I have taken, that is Anandamath, and that is supposed to be a very politically colored novel, and it is supposed to be the ur-text of Hindu nationalism of India, one of the ur-texts, if I may say, of Hindu nationalism in India. So instead of taking things as they are, because Foucault always says that question. So if I could just think of it in another way and take you all on a journey with me, and we can both reread Anandamath in another way, reread as a very contemporary text. So when we talk about the idea of body in the Indian philosophical thought, we don't think of the body as a single entity. The body is bodies, and there's no grammatical mistake there. So you can see in the slide I have written Sharira, Deha, and Tanu. These are the names that are given to the idea to the body. The body is like it discusses the presence of a lot of other bodies in it. The schools that speak of the body basically speak of a conglomeration of three bodies: the Sukshma Sharira, the Sthula Sharira, and the Karana Sharira. Now, the Karana Sharira is the body that is the result of the functioning of the Sukshma Sharira and the Sthula Sharira. The Sthula Sharira, or the body as we see it, as we live it, that body is the one that performs all the functions for sustenance. It is the body that is tangible. We eat, we sleep. This is the body, the Sthula Sharira. The Sukshma Sharira is intangible. It is the soul. It is the place that the soul is hosted, and therefore it is beyond the grasp of the material world. It has neither form nor gender. It is beyond the lines of creation and destruction. So often we have heard the sloka from Bhagavad Gita that says, Nayanan chindanti shastrani, Nayanan dahati pavakaha, na chainan kledanti apo, na shushyati marutaha. So that means that the soul cannot be cut, burnt, moistened by water, or be dried or withered by the wind. So this concept of Bhagavad Gita, which is in 2.23 Bhagavad Gita shlok number, it speaks of an eternal soul. And this eternal soul is actually located in the Sukshma Sharira. Then we have various schools of thoughts like Sankhya Yoga, Advaita philosophies that follow this three-part structuring of the bodies. Now, these bodies are not only the hands and feet and all that, but they also contain the mind. So the mind has not been diverse from the bodies. So the manas or the mind that is present as a part of the body. The mind has been differentiated as the manas, the buddhi, and the chitta in various schools. So the mind of the consciousness that is again kept, let's say, locked up, or not locked up, kept in preservation in certain koshas. Koshas means certain sheets, like you keep swords in sheets, like that. These koshas each define each functional layer of the individual. These koshas that tend to the corporal needs, there are koshas that tend to the corporal needs like hunger and other kinds of feelings and emotions. So the ultimate kosha is the Anandamaya kosha. Now, if we go into a delineation of the relationship of the mind and body in the Indian philosophical schools, it's an overview because every school has its own way of analyzing things. Every school has its own way of delving into this idea of body. But overall, there will be a dualism, but that dualism will come to later on. But basically, it is all about multiple ways of looking at things. So the mind or the consciousness and the body, the relationship is something like this, that the sthula sharira is equal to the gross body that thrives on food. So this is kept in the annamaya kosha. Then we have the sukshma sharira that has the pranamaya kosha, the manamaya kosha, and the vijnanamaya kosha. So the seat of intellect and reasoning is here. This is also the source of the vitality that leads the sthula sharira on. So it directs the sthula sharira. So there is a kind of a hierarchy inside the biological construct that is called the sthula sharira in this philosophy. And finally, we have got the karana sharira that I mentioned already. It is a very complex construct. It is the seat of the anandamaya kosha, which is supposed to be the topmost level in the kosha hierarchy. So the interesting fact is that both these body and mind, they are inseparable. They are inseparable and both act as the seat of senses. So there is not that duality that the body is only of the senses and the mind is only of the higher thoughts and all that. Now, there is a dualism. What is the dualism? That is the debate between the superiorities of the bodies. I mean, if the sukshma sharira is higher than the sthula sharira, or the karana sharira is the highest, in this category. So that categorization, that debate is always there because philosophy is all about debate. But there is also the other theory, the third point in the slide you can see, that is Advaita theory that has been propounded by Shankaracharya and in his Advaita philosophy. It speaks of the inner self being present everywhere, and there is a mention of, in his stories, there is a mention of a particular person of the lower caste coming to contaminate him, and he says that I was afraid that this person would contaminate me, but that beggar had told him that what body do you want me to move? You want me to move this body, but can we really move bodies? So the idea of the supreme body, something like a pervading essence that lies at the base of every creation. This Advaita philosophy also refers to the sthula body as the garment of the innermost soul, innermost purest form of consciousness or the soul. The sthula body is the garment. Hence, this privileging of one body over another in terms of the features or actions or the birth of the sthula body, this politics of differentiation is nullified in the Advaita philosophy when it speaks of one particular body being there, the body, the all-pervading body. So this all-pervading presence, when I was reading this, it actually reminded me of something very contemporary in the movie Avatar, that you had the tree and the roots of the tree could connect to each other. So it is all about being connected. So the subjects are always connected in a way. The ideas of Ruta actually, Bhuta and Pancha Mahabhuta and Panchikarana are related to each other. Ruta is actually very much related to the concept of dharma. So the idea of Ruta can be understood as certain, a priori laws that are there to guide a person on the tracks of morality and righteousness. Now, Meera Binder, I like her work, and she explains this difference very well in her work on nature in Indian philosophy. And she specifically links the ideas of Ruta and Dharma. Now, Ruta is kind of a tendency that we have. We all have our Ruta, okay? And this is an inherent nature. It is linked to both karma and dharma. So if one adheres to one's notion of karma and does not stray, then one is definitely following one's Ruta and will be spared the suffering or the disciplinary punishment that will be dealt to one as per the theory of karma and rebirth. So we'll find a moralistic line of restrictive thinking in this idea of the Ruta. Ruta is linked to Satya, the truth, the ultimate truth. So if you're true to one's Ruta, then the journey towards moksha is ensured. Ruta is related to Prakriti. That is our nature. So here I'm just a bit, I'm just going a little bit towards another of my favorite fields, eco-criticism, and I want to talk about this, like the idea of prakriti there, and how this idea of ruta is actually linked to this idea of prakriti, the natural and the given self. So we believe that there is a given self, that is the ruta, ruta of every person, excuse me. Hence, the idea of nature in Indian eco-studies is not environment. It is something inside, nature, natural, that is the given self, not vatavaran. It is a part of it, but the focus is always on the inner self. Opposite of prakriti, nature, ruta is vikriti. So if you go against it, you are going against your ruta, you're going against your dharma, you are obviously doing something that is you are not supposed to do. So you are actually, you're violating your karma, and obviously you will be punished. So if one stays close to one's dharma, one will not go on the line of vikriti. Now, Bhuta, Pancha Mahabhuta and Panchikarana, they are, Bhuta means the existence or the being of the what should I say, the essence of life, Bhuta, if I may say. So in Hindu studies, Bhutas are also known as the followers of Shiva, Lord Shiva, that is Bhut or Bhuta. So Bhut can mean the past, Bhut can mean the present. Bhuta is now and Bhuta is also not now. So it is temporal as well as it is not temporal. I will not use any other word. I'll say it is not temporal, not restricted by time. So Bhutas, basically it refers to the 5 Bhutas. When we refer to the 5 Bhutas, we talk about the Pancha Mahabhutas. And what are the Pancha Mahabhutas? They are the Agni, fire, Vayu, air, Prithvi, earth, Jal, water, and Akash, space. Now all these things are, these are present, and they are the Pancha Mahabhutas. So to go by this concept, life is therefore a construct of nature, and Panchikarana is the method and process of the subtle matter that transforms itself into the gross matter. So Adi Shankara had used this in Panchikaranam, and how the 5 elements come together for their creation. Now the second thought that came to my mind is, obviously, once we have understood what is the position, I'm going back to the previous slide again. What we have understood as body is a natural construct with a given mind, and what is there, we have to follow certain rules, natural laws that are given to us again, that is natural dharma, and then we shall not stray from our way. Isn't it what actually is being told in these 4 words? In these 4 sentences, if I may say, the body as a subject to be objectified, the body as a subject to be surveyed upon, policed, the body as a subject to be treated as an anomaly, and the body as a subject to be disciplined and punished. These are obviously the 4 ideas that we all know, you know, I know. These I have taken from Michel Foucault. Now, Michel Foucault, he has his theories on biopolitics, and there have been explanations on those theories in various talks. Now, one point that I would like to focus on in my talk is about the idea of the construction of the subject. Now, when we talk about the problem of the subject, Foucault had, he said something. He said that the goal of my work during the last 20 years has not been to analyze the phenomena of power, nor to elaborate the foundations of such an analysis. My objective instead has been to create a history of the different modes by which, in our culture, human beings are made subjects. So when he talks about the objectification of the subject, he speaks about certain dividing practices. And one of the most famous examples of Foucault's work, when we talk about the dividing practices, you can give me many examples like Madness and Civilization, the birth of biopolitics, birth of the clinic, and so many of them, almost all of them. But basically, when we are talking about dividing practices, the first thought that comes to our mind, because we are in the throes of a pandemic, is the word isolation. That's what I said. You are isolated. Now that isolation, used to happen when during the Middle Ages, Foucault refers to the isolation of the lepers and the confinement of the poor, the insane, the vagabonds in the Hospital General of in Paris in 1656. So those isolation techniques, and then administration of medicines and other associated clinical practices that were taking place, and the evolving of modern psychiatric technologies, if I may say, and then the application of those technologies like medicalization, stigmatization, and all these things, these were being applied, and the body of the subject was given so much importance. So here the body is more the body as it is than the mind, but the mind also gets conditioned in the process, because when you are in isolation, as we all are right now, we understand the tremendous amount of pressure there is on a particular person. So the idea of segregating the deviants, the idea of planning to segregate the deviant, to keep that person cordoned off, that person locked off somewhere so that he can be surveyed upon, he can be policed. That idea is taken up in a lot of governmental, what should I say, hell books, if I may say that word. So what's this second concept of this surveyed upon and policed? This again he takes up in his another book, Discipline and Punish, in which he speaks about, in detail, he goes on to speak about the idea of enclosures of colleges, secondary schools, and also he talks about how those enclosures are to work. So the next part was the idea of partitioning, when you cannot see others. I'm feeling, I'm getting goosebumps explaining this, because I myself don't know what's happening in the next house because of this social distancing thing that's going on. So enclosures ensure that partitioning, how each individual has a space and each space has an individual. And Foucault gives the example of monastic cells. So that is there. Then he goes on to give the idea of being disciplined and punished, and how the surveillance system used to work. He takes the example of, obviously, Bentham's idea of the panopticon, and he shows how the surveillance, how the monitoring of the subjects should be done in such a way. And it works two ways, like there is a central way of looking, people look at it, and also you observe yourself. So certain apps are there nowadays where you observe yourself. The surveillance system, the monastery, these things featured in his thought. And this individualization of the partitioning techniques, where the politics of the idea that you are not alone, there are cells everywhere on all sides, but you don't know what's happening in those cells. You are being monitored centrally, and you're yourself monitoring. So the body has become subjugated. Actually, it works with three steps. The first step is the dividing practices. The second one is the scientific classification, whether you have COVID or you don't have COVID. And the third one is the most normalized one, where you are manipulated and you don't know how you are being manipulated. Rather, you are so you take it such normally, everything is so normalized, so that concept of manipulation, and it is there. So the art of government, I just want to go on a little briefly on these three, and then I want to go into the text, because when we do the text, you'll be surprised to know that whatever I have talked about till now is present there. So the art of government, I have divided into three parts: Rashtra Dharma, Swadharma, and Dharma Tattva. I don't want to mean the journal of RSS about this Rashtra Dharma and all. I just want to talk about the idea of the dharma of the state. So if the moment we talk about dharma here, I talk about dharma as a particular duty. So it is a duty of the government to govern, and when it is doing that, it is trying to better its art of governing. Now that need not be in the best measures of the subject. So the art of government is always to construct a state. The state is not something, that is a constant. The state is not constant according to according to Foucault. So the state is something that is at the same time which exists and which does not exist enough. So I quoted from The Birth of Biopolitics. And in that, Foucault writes, and I quote, he speaks of a particular practice, which is raison d'etat, in which he speaks is precisely a practice, or rather the rationalization of a practice, which places itself between a state presented as a given and a state presented as having to be constructed and built. The art of government must therefore fix its rules and rationalize its way of doing things by taking its objective, the bringing into being of what the state should be. So, and he delineates lots of points there, and he talks about how the external management, the internal management of the state is to be done, and how the art of governmentality can be carried out. Second part that I want to mention here is the idea of swadharma of the government. So Foucault didn't like the idea of self-conscious, self-awareness of the government. He says, I don't like the word self-awareness. Rather, he talks about the self-consciousness of government. So swadharma of the government, which is very different from swadharma of the praja, or the people living in a particular state. And then we have the idea of Dharma Tattva, which is written by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, and he had written it in 1888. It is published, and there it's a catechism on the way you should conduct yourself. One should go about it in the best possible way, so that you emerge into a better being or a newer being, and you are kind of christened into the idea of responsible nationalist citizens of a particular polity, if I may say. So you can see on the screen we have Anandamot, and I want to go into the text because otherwise I won't be able to justify what I wanted to speak on. So when we have the picture that you have on your screen, it is of, sometimes I feel I'm speaking to myself. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I told you I can't see anybody, so it's almost like speaking in isolation. So written in 1882, Anandamot has been, what should I say, has been the most politicized novel of ever in the history of Indian literature. I will say not English, Indian literature. So this particular novel, it was written in Bangla in 1882, and initially it used to come out in Bongo Darshan, and later on it came out as a novel. And there were lots of editions by him, 5 editions, I think, even before. Like he went on editing. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee went on editing this novel, and it got translated 4 times till date. So it was translated by Naresh Chandra Sengupta pre-independence, I think around 1906. Then it got translated by Bashanta Kumar Rai. That is the picture on your screens. Then it got translated by Aurobindo, Rishi Aurobindo, and finally by Julius Lipna. So all the quotations that I will take today will be from the latest one, that is that is by Julius Lipna, which came out in 2005. So the problematic of this particular text has been its its constant polemic against the idea of this Muslim and the Muslim rulers and all that. So there are lots of factors that I would like to take in, but I would like to divide my study or my reading of Anandamot into 2 sections. In the first section, I'm going to talk about the way where I have just spoken about Indian philosophy and Western philosophy, and I want to just show you how those things exist in this particular text. And the second part, I will talk about the idea of biopolitics and gender that has been taken up in the Anandamot. So, see, written in 1882, this work was a continuity of the feeling of nationalist fervor that had been flamed by the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. The Government of India Act came out in 1858, and the British power was transferred from the company to the crown. Now, in 1885, the Indian National Congress was formed. So the idea of India and the need for reminding the British of the troubles and tribulations of the country they were constructing and simultaneously deconstructing became imminent. So Bonkin was aware of this subtle degeneration of the idea of Indianness. I borrow from the idea of imagined communities. There we have this idea of nationness. So if we can collate it with the idea of Indianness, okay, and this idea of indigenous Indianness was there. So the abolition of certain practices were also going around, like the sati and all that, and those ideas were like the idea of the British from just ruling nation to the idea of going into the household of the people, entering it, the biopolitics of entering into the familiar life of the Indians, that had begun around this time. So the English Education Act of 1835, that had begun to surface, and a particular class of persons, I'm quoting from Macaulay's Minutes, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, opinions, in moral and intellect, were emerging. And the need for a return to the originary culture preceded the feeling for anti-colonialist position. Partha Chatterjee calls this the moment of departure. It necessarily followed by a moment of maneuver and a moment of arrival. So I quote from Chatterjee here. He says that the moment of departure lies in the encounter of a nationalist consciousness with a framework of knowledge created by the post-Enlightenment rationalist thought. It produces the awareness and acceptance of an essential cultural difference between the East and the West. Modern European culture, it is thought, possesses attributes which make the European culturally equipped for power and progress, while such attributes are lacking in the traditional cultures of the East, thus dooming those countries to poverty and subjection. So his tendency to catechize is evident in this particular attempt to write Anandamot. And he writes Anandamot, and in Anandamot, he takes up the three concepts of dharma, bhakti, and anushilan. And he explicitly discusses this in Dharma Tattva as well. Okay, so he wanted the Bengali people to awaken as a powerful jati and to speak out against the Europeans who believed that knowledge is power, but Bonkin believes that knowledge is culture. And one thing Bonkin does is to equate Indianness to Hindutva. That he does there, and he understands that Europeans call Hindus effeminate, so he wants to project the picture in fiction of a particular race who are ready to take up cudgels even though they are wearing the gerua or the sanatans or the sannyasis. So Anandamot actually talks about the sannyasi rebellion. The sannyasi rebellion that took place in 1771, and that particular rebellion is there. So when we just take a turn and move into the book, and the book begins with the idea of death, because just I want to now have a reading of certain parts of the book with you. And I said I'm reading from Julius Lipner because the original Bengali text, I have read Anandamot being a Bengali, I have read it initially in Bangla, and then I liked this translation of all the three, because there is, before I go ahead, there is a certain politics of translation as well there, which I'm not going to go into detail because I have a paper coming up on that. It's supposed to be published. So that idea of that politics of translation, you know, when this Bashanta Kumar Rai's translation, the picture that you see, Bashanta Kumar Rai's translation has left out the portions where Hindu and Muslim, they are found to be at loggerheads. And there are certain sections in this book where even the Muslims are forced to say, Mui Hindu, that means I am a Hindu, in order to save their skins when the sannyasis go on a rampage. So they are fighting to save themselves from the onslaught of these terrorizing sannyasis, if I may say. So those portions were left out. And at the end of it, right fag end of, not fag end, I mean total end of it, there is a particular reference where the idea of a better government, the subject choosing to be governed. So that part where the subject is saying that who is a better ruler. So if Muslims have gone, but the Bengalis have not come to power, then a more supreme being is telling Satyananda, the main character, that no, actually the British are better rulers so we have faith in the British. That part was totally omitted in this translation of Anandamot, in order to foster the spirit of unity, in order not to let the spirit of unity, kind of evaporate. So that politics of translation, when the original text is tampered with, is changed, and there are various portions that are left out, the portions where the plunderings go on and all that, in order to maintain this. So that is also another kind of biopolitics, which I feel, because biopolitics is not something that should be contained from end to end in a book called The Birth of Biopolitics, and we will go on chewing on the idea of Foucault only, because unless and until we apply thoughts to our everyday lives, I think theory loses its application. So that is the point I thought of when I was reading this. So anyway, the beginning part, just at the very beginning, we have a catechism, a very brief catechism, and where a voice is asking that, and the voice heard, I'm quoting from there, will my heart's desire never be fulfilled? Thrice thus was the sea of darkness convulsed. Then an answer came. What will you pledge in return? The pledge is my life, my all, was the reply. Life is trifling. Anyone can give up their life. What else is there? What else can I offer? The answer came, dedication. And in the original text, the answer is bhakti. So you see, the first idea, the idea of bhakti, the idea of devotion, the idea of total subservience to a particular thought, or to a particular way of life, or to a particular ideology, or you are being forced into bhakti, and you are being forced to be more devoted to a certain thought. That concept of politics is taken up Bankim Chandra right at the beginning of this wonderful novel that he has written. So the novel actually is written in 1882, but it talks about 1176 in Bengali year. That is English equivalent would be 1773. I don't know what is this coming up. Okay, 1773. Okay, and that is the year of the famine and of the sannyasi rebellion. Excuse me, I have a bad cough, but this is not corona, I hope. So the sannyasi rebellion, that it took place on the the sannyasis are supposed to be ascetics. They're supposed to be men who love peace, and they are supposed to be Vaishnavas. So the idea of Vaishnava and the idea of the Sanatana Dharma, that is also rewritten in this particular book, where at a particular time the central character Shottanando goes on to explain to Mohendro. Mohendro is a zamindar, and he is the at the very beginning of the novel, we see that he is migrating from his home with his wife and daughter in order to live, in order to survive, because a famine is going on and they don't have anything in that village, and they want to move to better cities, bigger cities like Murshidabad, Kashim Bazar, or Kolkata, where they can live on with their lives. So Mohendro, his wife Kollani, and their daughter, little daughter Shukumari, they move. But on the way, they are, they get separated, because Mohendro goes to get some milk for his daughter, and Kollani and this young daughter, they are taken up by a particular group of hooligans, and these hooligans are also not someone from outside. They are the local villagers who have dehumanized themselves due to the famine, who have been forced to become like shadows. Chaya Murti, that is the word I find in original Bangla. Chaya Murti, that means shadows. They are like shadows, and they are naked beings, and they are famished, and these bodies, they carry the body of Kollani and Shukumari in order to eat them. But when they are about to eat them, somehow Shotananda saves them, and those things happen in the story. But the main idea out here is that the Sanatan Sannyasis, how they have, like a guerrilla warfare. They have organized themselves in the midst of a jungle, and they are in quote unquote monastic cells, that I just talked about in Discipline and Punish. Foucault had used that word. So monastic cell, they have taken over a monastic cell of the Buddhist sect, not Buddha, of the Buddhist sect, and they have set up a parallel village, sort of, a sanatorium, may I say, but a sanatorium, or may I say a training ground for military prowess. And that training ground consists of a particular 2-story building around in the midst of a jungle in which they stay. So I would like to describe the mutt, and you will find it so similar to the idea of the panopticon and the idea of isolation, categorization, and everything. So there was, I quote, there was a large monastery in that forest, spread out over a vast area and encircled by a great deal of broken stone. On seeing it, archaeologists could tell that what had once been a Buddhist abbey had now become a Hindu monastery. There were 2-storied rows of buildings with many kinds of shrines in between and a meeting hall in front. Nearly the whole area was enclosed by a wall and covered in such a way by the thickets of trees outside that no one could tell, even during the day and from a short distance, that there were buildings there. The buildings had crumbled in many places, though by daylight one could tell that the whole place had recently been repaired. It was in a room in this monastery where a huge log was burning that Kalyani first regained consciousness and saw before her the great person with shining form and robes. This is Shotananda, who has saved her. So the idea of organizing a military state and also later on aiming towards the welfare state, that idea has been taken up by Shotananda in this particular monastery, where he has built up this army of Shantans, and who are basically sannyasis. So in this particular time, why and from where does he get this force? Well, that time epidemic was also there. Epidemic like fever, cholera, smallpox. Also there was tuberculosis, and the body was suffering. The body of the normal person, the normal member of the civil society, if I may say, was suffering by under famine and diseases. And I quote from the text: then disease had its day, fever, cholera, tuberculosis, smallpox. Smallpox was especially rampant. They started dying of smallpox in every house. No one dared to give water to any person or to touch anyone. No one was willing to treat or attend to anyone or to dispose of the dead. The most beautiful bodies were left to rot by themselves in mansions. As soon as smallpox entered a house, the inhabitants abandoned the sick and ran away in fear. Mahendra Singh was one of Puducherry's wealthy men, and then the story goes on. So what had happened and why was there so much of famine? Who was in charge of the revenue? The person in charge of the revenue was Muhammad Reza Khan, who was a Muslim by religion and who was the tax collector, but the taxes were enjoyed by the British. So the British were not in direct administration. The Nawabs were still there, but the taxes were being taken by the British. So whatever food grains were available, they were taken up by the military. So the importance that was given to the organization of the military, if I may quote from the birth of biopolitics, the internal regulation, the police state, the policing part, the strengthening of the state was being done by the British, but it did not take care of the subjects who were actually producing those items of food, and that is what led to them being sannyasis. Now these sannyasis were not permanently, they have not left their families and all. In the book it is mentioned that they are on a broto or on a vrat. And what is the vrat? To save their country, to save their nation and their thing. So the body, I have used the word the wasteland, though I will not go into the theorizing part of it, but I just want to say that it is from this kind of a wasteland everywhere, Bengal, no water, no food, no livelihood, no family, and this kind of a condition, then the body is in distress. So the body goes towards power, and it is not oversimplification, that it is the general movement of a normal person towards terrorism, if I may say. and the will to violence and the desire for balance. The desire for balance part is the part that Shotananda was playing. He was trying to organize a rebellion against the Muslims in power, because he was not against the British at all, because he always thought that the British were better off. So what did Shotananda do actually? Shotananda plays a kind of a Robin Hood type of a role. They robbed the British and they fed the poor. So they say Vaishnav bhoge laghe dilam. That means we give it to the thing of the Vaishnavas. And when at a particular time in the novel, I have spoken of this before, but I want to speak of it again right now, because what do I mean by political economy and the mercantile state out here? Well, I mean that Shotananda was fetching resources to organize an armed rebellion against the forces of the Muslim ruler. And so he needed money and he needed ammunition, and that he acquired through loot and through all kind of initiation of members into his order, like he initiates Mohendro into his order at a particular time, and Mohendro along with his money comes into it, along with his entire palace, if I may say, where the manufacture of the arsenal is done for the functioning of the state so well. So Shotananda, he believes in the power of the military, and he is not a Vaishnav who believes in ahimsa. Rather, he is a Vaishnav. When he has to explain, I have lost it. I had marked it somewhere where he speaks of that Vaishnavas. They are. He takes the example of various times when Lord Vishnu took various avatars to fight against the demons. So if Lord Vishnu could do that, why not them? So that is the argument he puts forth to Mohendro, when Mohendro says that Vaishnavas are supposed to be the propagators of peace and not war. So he also does another thing. He instills the idea of nation into the Santans. And to do that, he needs something concrete. And what is that concrete form of a nation? The nation as the idea of the nation as a mother. So the nation comes as a mother, and the mother figure that we are taken into a journey when Mohendro is taken into the order, and he is taken into a big room. There he sees the image of Narayana, the Vaishnav, Lord Vishnu, and on the lap of Lord Vishnu, there is a female deity, unknown deity, which is supposed to be Mother India. So this idea of mother, this objectification is done because mother-son relationship is supposed to be the purest form of relationship, and this idea is also taken up in one of the texts that I had studied, where the idea of mother-son is supposed to be even better than the conjugal one, and it is asexual, and it also involves the idea of sacrifice. So the soldiers, the Santans, would feel more devoted towards a mother figure than towards a wife. So the idea of mother as a constant is given, and I have written down, I've copied the song Vande Mataram that is there. That is the anthem of the Santans, and which of course we all know is our national song. So the first part has been taken. This part is the national song, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Phalam Malayaj Shitalam Shashya Shyamalam Mataram, Shubhra Josna Pulakita Yaminim, Pulla Kushumita Drumadala Shobinim, Suhasinim, Sumadhura Bhashinim, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram. This is the part that has been adopted. But what comes after this part? Let's see this. Sapta Koti Kantha Kalakala Ninada Karale, Dishapta Koti Bhujay Khara Kara Bale, Avola Kanoma Atobole, Bahu Bala Dharinim, Namami Tarinim, Ripudola Barinim, Mataram. So here the most important line, Avola Kanoma Atobole. So that is the most important line I feel. So if 100 hands, if 100 voices are there, then those 100 voices also have got 2 pairs of hands. So 200 hands will rise for you, and we are ready to fight. So this feeling of the mother-son, the dedication, the devotion, the bhakti towards the mother figure, that had started from this novel. And this politics is definitely a very normalizing politics, a very common politics, when you have the mother-son relationship, the asexual relationship, as I said, and you feel more devoted to it. But this is also the praise of the countryside in its better form. So the journey from the wasteland that they were in and to the more fertile land, to the more productive land, to the more politically, economy-wise capable land, that journey is also anticipated in this. So here you see, Sujalam Sufalam Mataram, end of it. And here, Twamhi Prana Sharire, I have used it in a different color to highlight it, because the idea of the Sharira that I was talking about, the Prana Sharira is, as I said, it's a part of the Sukshma Sharira. So it is not only the physical body of the mother that is being evoked here, but also mother as a soul that should be there in all of us. So even the paintings are done. This is a 1920 painting of the Vande Mataram song. Now, I would like to move into the second part of my lecture, in fact, the last part of my lecture, that is on the idea of the body and gender. And when I talk about the body and gender, I definitely talk about the idea of conjugality. So Tonika Sarkar has written about this in her book, Hindu Wives, Hindu Nation, and she talks about this idea of the intrusion of the British into the idea of conjugality and how they had actually, if I may use the word, poked their nose into the familiar lives of people. And I quote from her book, where she says that over the last decade of the century, a new organizational principle, a new center of gravity was sought beyond conjugality. The axis was eventually located in the loving relationship between the mother and the son. This time, this was no flesh and blood woman, all too easily visible within the all too accountable household, but the new and supreme deity within the Hindu pantheon, the motherland, the reified woman. So the idea of the mother, and the idea of the mother as asexual, the idea of the mother as ready to accept any kind of torture, but you should go and free the mother. It always reminds me of Bir Purush, another poem in Bengali, Rabindranath's poem. But right now, they talk of the body as a man, the body as a woman. Well, this body is definitely the Sthula Sharira, because the Sthula Sharira can have a gender, and the Sthula Sharira is the one that can be gendered. But when the body is beyond that, then it becomes the Sukshma Sharira. So the Mother India is not technically, biologically female. So it is imagined to be female, but it is something beyond that. So there are two couples in the particular novel that deserve mention, and one of them is the Mohendra Kollani, who are the members of the civil society, and the other couple is Jibanando and Shanti. Now, we find in Kollani the docile wife, the wife who actually knows nothing beyond the husband, who will not even drink milk, who prefers to die without drinking milk, without doing anything, because the husband is not there and the husband is hungry. And that is the ideal wife that was envisaged by the people of that time, that was lauded by everybody. That concept of gender is again contested in this very novel by another woman, Shanti, that Bankim Chandra created. Bankim Chandra has done this with Devi Chodurani and with other novels, but here we find this character of Shanti, who unsexes herself in order to join the rebellion of the sannyasis, and who goes and questions Satyananda that why will you not include me in this battle when Sita could accompany Ram, and when Draupadi could accompany the Pandavas in their politically supporting them and giving them advice and all that, and why do you not want me there? The character of Shanti has been carved out very beautifully by Bankim Chandra, because Shanti is not somebody to be written off, in the sense that Shanti comes into the text in chapter 16 of the novel part 1, chapter 16, she comes into the story, and she is found to be a woman who is very simple, because she is waiting for her husband who has gone to serve the nation. And Shanti meets Jibananda. Now Jibananda has taken the vow of celibacy. As long as he is with the Santan, his wife, he cannot see if he doesn't have children, but if he had children, he could not meet them. So Shanti and Jibananda, they have a meeting, and Jibananda looks at Shanti and says, on the one side, there's beauty, wealth, pleasure, salvation, the concerns of this world, my vow, and its religious rites. All this on one side, and on the other, there's you alone. And I can never work out which is the way here. Shanti, you are my country. What use is it to me what use is it to me without you? Give me a small piece of this land, and with you, I could turn it into heaven. Okay. To this, Shanti answers, shame, you are a hero. The great joy of my world is that I am a hero's wife. How can you abandon a hero's duty for the sake of a lowly woman? Am I within time?
Yeah, you're within time.
Okay. How many minutes left for me?
You have still 5 minutes to 10 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, 5 to 10 minutes. I'll finish it within 5 minutes. I want to stay within 10. So Shanti is the woman who unsexes herself in order to go and meet her man in the monastic order, and she wants to follow Jibananda. She does not. She constantly, throughout the novel, we are amazed at the devotion, at the dedication of this woman Shanti, who throws rice into the fire. Imagine throwing rice into the fire when the famine was going on, and she throws rice into the fire and gets some fruits from the forest. And she had one particular Dhakai shari, which is not only a shari but an emotion for the women of Bengal even till date. So she tears that shari and she makes a gerua out of it. She makes the dress of sannyasi out of it, and she cuts off her hair and she makes bed and all that out of it. And she dresses herself with a deer skin. She dresses herself as a sannyasi, and she goes to the jungle to get initiated into the order. And when she goes into the jungle, we see that we get a very interesting part where Satyananda actually discovers. She wants to be initiated into the order, but Satyananda discovers that she is not a man, she's a woman. So this idea of the imagined bodies is there because we get the idea of how Shanti was actually not built as a woman. She had grown up with the students of her father who were men, and she knew how to fight. She knew the slokas. She knew studies. She knew everything. She was like everything, man, except that she was not a man physically, biologically. She was not a man. So she one part I wanted to read out, Shanti versus Jibananda. Yes. So she gets initiated into that order of things, and she is told to stay in but she is not. It's not very easy for her to go there. And Shrutananda takes a test, and Shrutananda asks her to string a bow made of iron, and that bow was very heavy, but she does it. So then she asks that who are the other people who have done it. So Jibananda, Bhavananda, Shrutananda, and Dhirananda maybe, and she herself. So she is very powerful in that way. She's very strong in that way, and she is a person who's not to be told no. She's very resolute, very firm, and she manages to convince Shrutananda to be initiated into the order of the Santan. Then she's told to go and stay in a particular cell, in any cell that she can find comfortable, and she goes and stays in Jibananda's cell. But in spite of being his wife, she does not practice any kind of conjugal relationship with him, does not have any kind of sexual relationship with him. And because when Jibananda is seen to falter again in front of her. Thrice in the novel, we see that Jibanando falters before her, wants to have her as his wife, as he would have loved to have her as a wife, but she's the one who constantly maintains the idea that no, we are comrades, we are compatriots, we are here for a cause, and if you can be resolute towards the attainment of the goal of freedom of the motherland, freedom of the country, so can I be. So this idea of the woman coming up, the idea of the powerful woman, the idea of the single-minded woman is being projected by Bankim Chandra in this novel. And this part, this conversation between Jibanando and Shanti is very interesting. Shanti, Jibanando is surprised and says, but you are a woman. Really? Where did you get that idea? Jibanando, well, I thought my wife was a woman. Shanti, a wife? So you have a wife? Because they are not supposed to remember that they have wives. I'm sure I had one. So you think I am your wife? Once again, Jibanando joined his palms, covered his neck with a cloth and said very respectfully, by your leave, sir, I do. Well, said Shanti, now that such a laughable idea has entered your head, what do you think you should do? And Jibanando says, in a very lilting way, rip off that covering you're wearing and drink the nectar of your lips. Shanti says, that just goes to show you, sir, what a wicked mind you have, or how exceptionally fond of hashish you are. When you were initiated, you swore not to sit next to a woman. If you continue to believe I am a woman, many make the mistake of thinking a rope is a snake. Then you should sit apart from me. In fact, you shouldn't even be speaking to me. And Shanti turned to the book once more. Defeated, Jibanando prepared a separate bed for himself and lay down. Again, towards the end also, we see that in a cottage, Jibanando tries to accept Shanti as his wife physically, but Shanti says no until the thing is done. So the reconciliation, the justification of war, of violence is equal on both sides. And Satyananda manages, entire part three of this novel focuses on the preparation and the fight against the British. So we have various British generals being referred to here. We have the real reference to Warren Hastings in this novel, how Warren Hastings is organizing general after general to defeat this rebellion and how these sannyasis are fighting against it. The novel ends on a very wonderful note when we have the idea of the construction of the idea of Bharatvarsh that can be achieved only through a very codified way and a very beautiful way of balance between karma and dharma, between Shanti and Kalyani, and between Visarjan and Pratishtha, because deconstruction and construction should go on hand in hand in order for the government to maintain itself. So the construction of the idea of Bharatvarsh is there, and we find that Satyananda Thakur returns from the battlefield after the final battle is over, and Satyananda, there's a particular healer who comes, a voice who comes, who says that, I am ready, let us go. But Satyananda says, Muslim rule has been destroyed, says Satyananda, but Hindu rule has not been established. Even now, the English remain powerful in Kolkata. So the other said, Hindu rule will not be established at this time. If you remain, people will die needlessly. So come away. When he heard this, a sharp pang of anguish pierced Satyananda. Master, he said, if Hindu rule will not be established, then who will be king? Will the Muslims rule again? No, now the English will rule. Satyananda's eyes streaming with tears, he returned. So this part was there, and towards the last lines of this, I would love to read it in Bangla because otherwise it would be injustice. Kollani Ashia Shanti ke dhoriyache, ei Satyananda Shanti, ei Mahapurush Kollani, Satyananda Pratishtha, Mahapurush Bisarjan, Bisarjan Ashia, Pratishtha ke loya gelo. I translate, sacrifice had come and taken hold of honor. Kalyani had come and taken hold of Shanti. Satyananda was Shanti and the great one was Kalyani. Satyananda was honor and the great one was sacrifice. Sacrifice had come and departed with honor. So they were all representatives of the various bodies that they lived in. Their bodies were conditioned with their beliefs, with the rutas, and how they have been used by Satyananda. They have been channelized by Satyananda. Their energies have been, collated by Satyananda to create the idea of Bharatvarsh. That is what the novel is all about. That is what I feel. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjukta. very lucid analysis of
but I can't come back, sir. I don't know. I have to. Yeah, I
Bankim.
think I'm back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjukta, for the lucid presentation and an in-depth analysis of Bankim Chandra's Anand Mat. You started well with the concept of essence and existence, how the West, not all, but a select existential philosophers, how they are convinced of the philosophical dictum that it is the essence that precedes the existence, and how the Marxist phenomenologists consider the existence as preceding the essence, and then how Hindu constructs or deals with these two concepts. And you also said that the natural construct is following the natural laws. That's the dharma of Hinduism. So you also explained the four ways in which the body is considered as a subject, how it is objectified and how it is surveilled upon and policed, how it is treated as an anomaly and how it is disciplined and punished. And you also talked about the structure of panopticon, how the submission of the citizens, submission of the subjects, not by coercion but by consent, how it is made very much politely by common consent, not by coercion from any force. So Foucault, you have applied the concepts of biopolitics and biopower of Foucault to interpret and analyze the work of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. You also mentioned how Bankim Chandra Chatterjee was, his work was considered, or as you consider it, as a kind of reactionary or a kind of response to the English Education Act of 1835 by Lord Macaulay. And you also talked about, briefly you summed up the whole novel Anand Mat as it is circling around the sannyasi rebellion. And though it was published in the early 1880s, the plot was set in 1770s, the famine, the infamous famine of Bengal, and how the Satyananda and Mahindra, these people, the protagonists, and their counterparts have been designed and narrated by Bankim Chandra, turned out to be your content. And I have a few questions to you, and there is one more question in the chat box as well. I put all my questions together so that you can answer very briefly, as we are running short of time. My question is with regard to, because I don't know whether the novel which you have taken for your lecture, your study, as you yourself initially endorsed, it is a very controversial work of art. It is a very controversial work. In today's context, we can read it as, or we can consider that as that specific work as a very branded, Hindutva work, because wherever he refers nationalism, it is very much synonymous with Hindu nationalism, and there is no rational. There is no rationale with Bankim Chandra Chatterjee when he cries in the novel, throughout the novel, that through his protagonist, that we should drive away these swine, referring to the Muslim other within quotes.
Absolutely.
And throughout the work, there is an apparent anger and angst against the Muslim population, and the very emergence of the song Vande Mataram is also when you were referring to the Vande Mataram song. This song was also sung after eliminating and killing ruthlessly the Muslims, considering them as the enemy within. But there was no rationale for Bankim Chandra because the novel, which was published in the early 1880s, at that point of time, Muslims had almost become subjects because 25 years prior to 1880s, the last Mughal rule has come to an end, and they also turned out to be subjects for the colonial rulers, the imperial rulers. So the common enemy is now the British and not the Muslims. But there is no aspiration on the part of Bankim Chandra to establish an Indian nationalism, but rather there was a drive in Bankim Chandra to construct a Hindu nationalism, and hence it is viewed, or it can be read as an anti-Muslim text. That is number one. Number two, I don't know in what ways you have related Foucault's book, because Foucault never prescribes anything related to this kind of biopower and its implications. He rather regrets. And he comes out with a lot of warnings against accumulation of power or power that is exercised by the states in excess. And number three, when he talks about Lord Macaulay's the English Education Act, I don't think that this is a kind of, when you said knowledge is power, when the West says knowledge is power, Bankim Chandra was saying that knowledge is culture. But when he says knowledge is culture, again, culture here is whose culture, whether it is the Brahminical Hinduist culture or what he refers, what he meant by when he says knowledge is culture, because the subaltern historiographers prefer that the existing the education system that was existing prior to Lord Macaulay's English Education Act was worse than the English Education Act, because the education system which prevailed in this land before the English education system was very much not an all-inclusive education system, rather it was an exclusive education system where almost 97 to 98% of Indians were excluded from that specific what you call education, the Hindu education system, where only the Sanatana dharmas were taught. So that is an important thing which I want to get clarified from your side. And as of course you are a chair in the Women's Studies program, and how do you react? This is a casual question. How do you react to the branding or the belief of converting India as a geopolitical space as feminine, calling it Mother India? Even the early traditional historians charge the colonizers of having raped Mother India within quotes. How do you react to this specific feminization of a land? You need not answer all the questions. Time permits, you can respond to these questions if you wish.
So I am so happy that I have been asked so many, lovely questions. And if I develop it into a paper, I'm going to put it in somewhere in the argument. So with due acknowledgements to you. So this is very, it's very humbling on my part that it's a wonderfully, positioned question. I take up the first idea of, so I'll just speak, since there is a time constraint, so I'll just speak on all two lines like that. Okay. So Hindu nationalism, yes, it is definitely I said in the beginning that it is one of the ur text of Hindu nationalist thought. But we have to understand one thing, sir, that when it was being composed or when it was being written, that particular time also in the villages, in the various parts, Nawabs or the officers of the Nawabs, they were the the people who are directly in touch. Right now, we see doctors being beaten up when a COVID patient dies. So, we take out our wrath on the people whom we see in front of us. So, in order to construct one other, now, in order to construct the British as the other, the time had not yet come. That's what I feel. That's why he goes back 100 years in order to generate the present opinion. He's not talking about contemporary India at that time. He goes back 100 years in order to take up a particular situation when the Muslims were there, and he is definitely playing with. I'm not negating his idea. I'm not negating the idea that this book is one of the first texts of Hindu nationalism. But I don't see anything wrong with that, sir. That is one of the nationalisms that were prevalent at that time. So if we have a hierarchy of the nationalisms at that time, so this was the nationalism that could really stand out in the face of the upcoming British rule. That's what I felt. Bankim Chandra, I think that was talking of the Hindu nationalism, Hindu nationalist thought, because he needed one other to foster this spirit of nationalism. And who would be that other? The British was obviously the other, because after, you only said that after a few while we have the so many things coming up, and then we have the independence in 1947. So he wanted to foster this spirit of the other in the form of the Muslims who were coming up, and there are various political reasons behind it, which we can really go into it in detail in other parts of the theory. Now, sir, the Foucault, yes, definitely he speaks against this kind of rule. And that is what I also wanted to show. That is why at the end of it, Shrotananda has to leave everything and go, because more people will die. So the governmentality has its limitations. The government cannot function, it cannot become a terrorizing thing by itself. It cannot go on with its level of control. So at a particular time, then it will become a despot. So it has to stop. And that is why Satyananda is taken away at it. Brahminical culture, yes, it definitely fosters the Brahminical culture. But this thing, as I said in the Politics of Translation, it was last translated before independence, and the not last translated. I mean, the 3 translations came before independence, and the last translation came in 2005. Where we see in the political arena again a research of the Hinduistic philosophies and Hinduistic nationalist thought. So I have a particular line of thought regarding this. That we really cannot choose our masters, whatever the theorists say. So instead of choosing the masters, we can think of questioning our status as the subject. That is also something Foucault says. So the question of how you are being subjectified, that should be there. So Hindu nationalism is prevalent. That doesn't mean that I have to join that. I can contest it, I can join it, I can do anything with it. But why I should be doing it, I should be asking myself. I know my reading is very controversial, because I had taken up a rightist text and I had taken up a leftist thinker to deconstruct it. But I don't know. I have always been doing it with Ananda Mott. This is my second reading of second public reading of Ananda Mott. First time I did was Politics of Translation at an international seminar, and that book is about to come out. So very quickly, 2 more things that I loved, and my favorite area: feminization of the idea of nation, as you said, how this geopolitical space is being gendered. So women are either Devi or Dasi. So it's either Shangyukta Devi or Shangyukta Dasi. I can never be addressed as only Shangyukta. I can be now, but I go back 100, 200 years, then I couldn't be. So I always had to have a Jibanando or a Mohendro or somebody beside me who would guide me through it. But I could always be a mother. And Sushmita Sen won the award by saying that. So I can always be a mother. and mother is ungendered. So even if it is gendered, it is like the idea of sukshma sharira. That is, you know, a woman, physically biological woman has a sukshma sharira, a biological man has a sukshma sharira, but the sukshma sharira is ungendered. So if I can think of, you know, it is being and not being. It is in the middle of a thing where he locates this idea of the mother. The mother is a figure that is above politics, that is above discussion, that will not give any kind of problem, but it is very much related to Hindu nationalism again, because the figure of the mother, that there are three stages. I forgot to say that there are three stages of the mother that Moderator is shown. The first stage is, you know, as a child type of, then you see as Kali, and then as Durga. Ma Hachilen, Hachen, so Mada Hoyachen, Hoben. So what mother will be, and what mother will be in the figure of Durga. So you have Hindu nationalism there also. So it is definitely there, but my work is to focus on the art of government that Satyananda tries to establish there, and how at the end of it, he also has to limit his, you know, enterprise because he cannot go on. So that is there, but this book was written a long time before this theory came out of Foucault. It came out in 1970s, and it is almost 100 years back. So maybe we can like explore more into it and read more into it.
Thank you so much. And you responded to the queries very brilliantly and in a very brief manner. So now we are close to 7. We have already run out of time, and let us wind up the session. Thank you so much once again, the organizers of this webinar, especially the convener, Dr. Subrata Rana. Thank you so much.
I just need a correction because I'm not yet doctor. I'm actually Mr. still now. Okay, so I need to. Okay.
I wish.
You will be soon.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, as we head towards the end of today's enriching session, I request Professor Subrata Kumar Rana, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and convener of this webinar, to deliver his vote of thanks. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sangyukta Chatterjee, for your interesting session, and also thanks to Professor T. Marx for your wonderful moderation. Very, very interesting moderation. And thank you to all the participants as well as, and your morning session was also interesting, sir. Very, very interesting session it was, and that was also moderated by Dr. Debajyoti Biswas, wonderful person he was. He is still now, you know, in our present session. And also the previous presenters were no doubt very, very interesting. Interesting at the same time, they have presented very, very interesting papers. And the chairpersons were Dr. Ramanuj, Konar, and also Dr. Suranjana Bhadro. So we have enjoyed being very interesting. So really we have enjoyed the day. So I will thank all the participants, all the moderators, and all the chairpersons, all the paper presenters, and also to my colleagues, my students, etc. Okay, so this is the closing of the session and closing of the day also. Thank you all.